You can skip to the next episode anytime using the timestamps.
For 3 years, I'd bought into the fantasy. Beautiful wife, comfortable house, a picture-perfect marriage splashed across Facebook for everyone to envy. It was a lie, of course, a carefully curated facade that was starting to crack. The first hairline fractures had begun with Tanya's late nights. Work, she'd say, each time a little less convincingly. The hours she spent at the office stretched later and later, but the paychecks never reflected the extra effort. I'd stand by the window, watching for her headlights, the silence in the house growing heavier with each passing minute. When she finally slipped through the door, the scent of her perfume would be mixed with something else, something alien, something that wasn't me. Just finishing up some reports, she'd offer, her voice a rehearsed monotone, her gaze always sliding away from mine. It was a performance, and I was a captive audience, watching her play a role I didn't recognize. She'd move through the house like a stranger, her footsteps too quiet, her presence too distant. The air, thick with unspoken questions, would carry the faint, lingering scent of Colonia's sharp citrusy note that clashed with the floral sweetness of her usual perfume. It wasn't my scent. I started to pay attention. I became a detective in my own life, searching for clues in the mundane. The way she'd cradle her phone, always face down, as if hiding some dark secret. The hushed phone calls she'd take outside, pacing in the backyard, claiming that the reception was better near the rose bushes. The slight, secretive smile that would play on her lips when certain messages popped up, a flash of something private and unknown. It was as if she lived in two worlds, and I was only allowed access to one. I started to feel like a ghost in my own home, a silent observer of a life I thought I knew. I'd find myself staring at her, analyzing every gesture, every glance, trying to decipher the codes of her hidden world. I knew I was becoming paranoid, obsessive, but I couldn't stop myself. The more I looked, the more I saw. And the more I saw, the more I questioned. My doubts grew like weeds, choking the last vestiges of trust. One night, while Tanya was showering, her phone lay on the kitchen counter, abandoned, vulnerable. It was a black, sleek rectangle, a silent witness to her duplicity. I had stared at that phone for weeks, willing it to reveal its secrets. My birthday, the password she'd always used, felt like a cruel joke now, a reminder of the intimacy she'd faked. My hands were shaking as I touched it, as I slid the screen open. It was like entering a forbidden room, each tap of my finger a step deeper into the darkness. The messages appeared on the screen, line after line of digital betrayal. There it was, a whole trove of intimate exchanges with Bart, her boss. The man I'd seen her laughing with at the company picnic, the man she'd called a great mentor. My stomach lurched, a sickening twist of nausea and disbelief. My breath hitched as I began to scroll, my eyes racing across the screen. "Miss you already," he'd texted just hours ago. The casual intimacy like a punch to my gut. "Can't wait to see you tomorrow," she'd replied, the words devoid of any care. "Last night was incredible." The phrase echoed in my head, each word a hammer blow to what remained of my illusions. The messages stretched back months, secret meetings disguised as business lunches, inside jokes that were never shared with me, detailed plans for rendezvous that were meticulously planned and executed. Each word felt like a knife blade twisting in my insides, shredding the fabric of our marriage into thin, unrecognizable ribbons. My vision blurred, and the room seemed to spin around me. The world shifted on its axis, and I was left reeling, struggling to maintain my balance. The sound of the shower stopping cut through my daze, sending a jolt of adrenaline through my veins. Her footsteps approached, the patter of bare feet on the tile floor sending shivers down my spine. I imagined her, wrapped in her towel, fresh from the shower, the scent of her soap filling the air, a vision of innocence, a lie I'd embraced for far too long. "Jeff," she called out, her voice echoing in the sudden silence. "What are you doing with my phone?" There was a note of caution in her tone, a flicker of concern in her voice. I held up the phone, the screen illuminating the lines of their betrayal. My voice was low, barely a controlled whisper. "Who's Bart?" Her face paled, the color draining away as if a switch had been flipped. It's not what you think." The words felt rehearsed, a line she'd used before. "Really?" I took a step toward her, the phone shaking in my hand, my knuckles white with tension. "Because I think you're fucking your boss." The words were out before I could stop them, raw and brutal and dripping with venom. She retreated, her back pressed against the wall, clutching her towel tightly around her body, as if it was a shield. "Jeff, please, let me explain." There was a flicker of panic in her eyes, a flash of the fear to come. I followed her into the bathroom, slamming the door behind me with a force that made the mirror rattle. "Explain what? How long you've been lying to me? How many times you've betrayed me?" The air crackled with the tension, heavy with unspoken accusations. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a strange mix of anger and exhilaration, the realization that everything I'd believed in was an illusion. "It's not serious," she pleaded, her voice small and weak, her body pressing against the cold, hard surface of the tile. "I was lonely, and he paid attention to me." Her words were a pathetic attempt at justification, a feeble excuse for her infidelity. "Not serious?" I laughed, the sound harsh, bitter, almost foreign to my own ears. "You've been sneaking around for months, and it's not serious?" The laughter bubbled up from deep within me, a dark, guttural sound that sent a shiver down her spine. I couldn't believe the arrogance of her words, the sheer audacity of her betrayal. In the confined space of the bathroom, the air thick with steam, I could see fear taking root in her eyes. My reflection in the mirror stared back at me, a stranger staring out from behind my own eyes. My face was flushed, jaw clenched so hard it ached, a vein pulsing like a trapped animal in my neck. This wasn't me, I thought. But if this wasn't me, then who was I? I grabbed her wrist, my fingers digging into her skin, forcing her to look at the screen, to face the evidence of her betrayal. "Read them." Read them out loud. My voice was a low growl, each word weighted with venom. Her voice trembled, a pathetic squeak, as she began to read their words. Each line fueled my anger. Each word chipped away at what remained of our marriage. 3 years of trust reduced to a handful of digital messages, a cruel testament to her infidelity. "Please," she whimpered, her face contorted in a mask of despair, tears streaming down her face. "I'll end it. I'll quit my job. We can fix this." The plea was a desperate attempt to regain control, to rewrite the narrative of our marriage. "Fix this?" My grip tightened, making her flinch. "Like you fixed things with him?" Her offer felt hollow, a pathetic attempt to erase the damage she had inflicted. The bathroom felt smaller, more claustrophobic, as the tension reached a breaking point. The steam from the shower still fogged the mirror, distorting our reflections. Her wet hair clung to her face, making her look smaller, more vulnerable. Her mascara ran down her cheeks in black streaks, a visual representation of her emotional breakdown. "You must have laughed at me," I snarled, my voice a dangerous whisper. Poor stupid Jeff, working late while his wife spreads her legs for her boss. My words were a cruel cutting barb, designed to wound her in the deepest way possible. "No, it wasn't like that." She tried to pull away, but I shoved her back against the wall, her body colliding with the cold, unforgiving tiles. "Jeff, you're hurting me," she cried out, her voice laced with fear and desperation. "Hurting you?" My voice dropped, becoming even more menacing. You haven't even begun to understand what hurt feels like." The words hung in the air, a promise of the pain to come. In that moment, as I looked at her, trembling and broken, something inside me snapped. The loving husband I'd been was gone, replaced by something darker, more vengeful. Each late night, every lie, every secret message, they all demanded retribution. I wasn't just hurt, I was angry, and that anger was beginning to consume me. "I trusted you," I spat, releasing her wrist. The sudden absence of pressure, almost as shocking as the grip had been. "I gave you everything." My voice cracked with emotion, raw and exposed. She slid down the wall, her body collapsing into a huddled mass, hugging her knees to her chest, her face buried in her hands. "I'm sorry," she sobbed, her voice barely audible through the tears. "I'm so sorry." But her apologies were hollow, meaningless to me. They were just words, offering no solace or absolution. In the steamy confines of our bathroom, watching my wife crumble before me, I made a silent vow, a pact with the darkness that was growing inside me. She would pay for this betrayal, both of them would, and I would make sure their punishment lasted far longer than their pathetic little affair ever did. I turned and walked out, leaving her crying on the cold tile floor, her sobs echoing in the suddenly silent room. In the kitchen, her phone still displayed their messages, a digital testament to her infidelity. With methodical precision, I began taking screenshots, carefully saving evidence of their betrayal. This wasn't just about catching her, it was about building a case, a meticulously crafted plan for the destruction to come. This was just the beginning. They had no idea what was coming. The click of the lock echoed in the hallway, a soft, final sound that sealed Tanya's fate. I stood outside the bathroom door, savoring the muffled sobs that still drifted through the wood. 3 hours she'd been in there, trapped with her guilt and the echoes of my accusations. Each whimper was a victory, a confirmation of the power I now wielded. It was a twisted form of satisfaction, the sound of her pain feeding something dark and hungry inside of me. "Please, Jeff," she called out, her voice weak and trembling. "Let me out. We need to talk about this." Her plea was pathetic, a desperate attempt to regain some control in a situation she had irrevocably broken. I leaned against the door, my voice cool and controlled, betraying none of the turmoil raging inside me. "Talk? Like you talked to Bart about us? About our marriage?" My words were a cruel reminder of her deceit, a twisted echo of her own betrayals. The bathroom had become her confessional, and I was a merciless priest, extracting every painful detail of her sins. The details she offered, the way he'd touched her, the things they'd said, were like acid on my skin. Each admission was followed by a new wave of tears, a frantic attempt to justify her actions, to minimize the damage she had caused. But it was all futile. Nothing she could say could ever change what had happened, what she had done. The next morning, I watched her dress for work, her movements mechanical and uncertain. The dark circles under her eyes were a stark testament to her sleepless night, her face pale and drawn, as if drained of all life. She jumped when I spoke, her body reacting like a frightened animal. "I've already called Bart," I said, watching her freeze at his name. The word was like a physical blow, causing her to flinch. "Told him you're quitting." Effective immediately. I enjoyed the way her eyes widened in panic, her breath catching in her throat. "But Jeff, we need my income," she started, her voice thin and wavering, as if she were speaking through a veil. "What we need," I cut her off, my voice sharp and cold, "is for you to focus on fixing what you broke. Unless you'd rather I share those screenshots with everyone we know." The threat hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, like a toxic cloud. I could see the fear in her eyes, the panic rising like a tidal wave. I had her, I had broken her, and it felt good. I had spent the night downloading their messages, creating a digital archive of her shame. a collection of her sins. I had saved everything, every word, every image, every timestamp, creating a weapon that I could use to destroy her reputation. Her parents, our friends, her professional contacts. I had their information ready, my fingers hovering over the send button. "You wouldn't," she whispered, her face pale as a ghost, but her eyes told me she knew I would. "Try me." I stepped closer, my presence a deliberate intimidation, watching her shrink away from me as if I was a monster. "One word from you, one wrong move, and everyone sees what kind of woman you really are." The words were like a cage, trapping her in a prison of my making. The transformation was already beginning. The confident, independent woman who had betrayed me was now crumbling before my very eyes, replaced by someone smaller, more fragile, and more afraid. Each flinch, each hesitation, was a victory, a sign of my growing control. I was reshaping her, molding her into the person I wanted her to be. The days blurred together as I meticulously crafted her new reality, a reality built on fear and control. I installed tracking software on her phone, a digital leash that would allow me to monitor her every move, every call, every message. Her social media accounts were now under my complete control. I changed the passwords, citing the need for transparency, a hollow excuse that served to solidify my power. It was my world now, and she was merely a puppet, dancing to my tune. Each night, I made her read her location history aloud, accounting for every minute spent away from home. The routine was a twisted form of intimacy, a way to ensure that she was always within my reach, always under my watchful eye. The digital world had become my weapon, a tool for my revenge. "The grocery store took 45 minutes today," I noted one evening, my eyes scanning the timeline. "That's 15 minutes longer than usual." My voice was flat, devoid of any emotion, but the underlying menace was palpable. There was a line," she stammered, her hands fidgeting with her dinner plate, her body tensing with anxiety. "Was there?" I pulled up the store's security camera footage on my phone, a little gift from a friend who worked there, a reminder of the power of my connections. "Because it looks pretty empty to me." The color drained from her face as I showed her the video, her eyes wide with panic. I just needed some time to think." Her explanations were becoming increasingly pathetic, feeble attempts to rationalize her actions. "Think about what?" My voice remained eerily calm, masking the fury that was simmering beneath the surface. "About running to Bart? About betraying me again?" The questions were a form of torture, twisting the knife deeper with every word. Her protests grew weaker with each passing day, her spirit slowly being crushed under the weight of my control. I fed our neighbors and friends carefully crafted stories about her infidelity, always presenting myself as the wronged husband, desperately trying to salvage our marriage. I played the victim to perfection, manipulating their sympathy, turning them against her. One by one, they began to turn away from her social circle shrinking to nothing. Phone calls went unanswered, invitations dried up, leaving her isolated and alone. "Sarah canceled our lunch again," she said one morning, staring at her phone with vacant eyes, the hope slowly fading from her face. "Can you blame her?" I asked, watching her shoulders slump, her body sagging with defeat. "Who wants to associate with someone like you?" The words were a calculated blow, designed to inflict maximum damage to her already fragile self-esteem. I'd jolt her awake in the middle of the night, the sudden awakening sending shivers down her spine, for another round of questions, my voice cutting through the silence like a razor blade. Each time, I'd drill her about the affair, looking for holes in her story, seeking inconsistencies that would justify the torture I was inflicting. Every variation, every slight change in her account meant another hour of interrogation, another piece of her spirit chipped away. I was like a surgeon, dissecting her, analyzing every aspect of her behavior. Tell me about April 15th. I'd demand at 3 a.m., shaking her awake, the harshness of my voice a deliberate violation. What did you do with him that day? The date was just one of many, a random marker in the calendar, but to her, it was another painful memory, a reminder of her infidelity. Her hands would tremble as she recounted the details, her voice barely a whisper, terrified of making a mistake. The dark circles under her eyes grew deeper, her sleep constantly interrupted by my inquisition, her body aching from the constant tension. The sleep deprivation had become a torture of its own, eroding her mind and body. I controlled every aspect of her life now. Her phone buzzed with my reminders throughout the day: when to eat, when to sleep, when to report her activities, turning her life into a carefully orchestrated prison, a clockwork mechanism built around my needs. Each notification made her jump, a Pavlovian response to my digital presence, a constant reminder of my unwavering control. I had reduced her to a shadow of her former self, a broken and defeated woman. The bathroom, where I'd first confronted her, became her sanctuary in a twisted way. Sometimes I'd find her sitting there, huddled on the floor, staring at nothing, silent tears rolling down her face. It was a place where she could retreat from the world, a silent reminder of the pain she had caused. I'd leave her there, knowing that the enclosed space represented both her prison and her only escape, a constant reminder of her confinement. You did this to yourself, I'd remind her daily, my voice flat and emotionless, devoid of any empathy. Everything that's happening is because of your choices. The words were like a curse, a reminder of her culpability. Watching her break was like watching a time-lapse of a flower wilting, slowly losing its color, its vitality, its beauty. The vibrant, confident woman who had betrayed me was gone, replaced by a ghost who moved through our house like a shadow, her eyes devoid of light, her body a mere shell of what it once had been. It was as if her soul was slowly leaving her body, leaving behind only an empty shell. This was justice, I told myself, my conscience twisting and turning in an attempt to justify my cruelty. This was what she deserved. Each day brought new ways to remind her of her sins, new methods to ensure she never forgot the price of betrayal, new means of extracting my pound of flesh. And in the depths of my twisted satisfaction, I knew that this was just the beginning, the first few steps on a long road to her complete and utter destruction. The woman I had married was disappearing, and in her place I was creating something else, something broken, something that would never dare to betray me again. Her imprisonment wasn't just physical, it was a carefully orchestrated destruction of everything she used to be, a meticulous dismantling of her former life. And I was just getting started. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and in the digital age, it's often served through a smartphone. Sitting in my home office, the glow of the monitor illuminating my face, I crafted the perfect social media post, just vague enough to avoid any legal repercussions, yet precise enough to destroy Bart's carefully constructed public image. This was the first domino in my meticulously planned campaign of destruction, a carefully placed blow to his career and reputation. I was meticulous, a master strategist of my own twisted game. Amazing how some executives think they can prey on their employees' marriages. I typed, my fingers flying across the keyboard, tagging the company, but deliberately avoiding mentioning Bart directly. Wonder what the board would think about a boss who sleeps with his married subordinates. The words were carefully chosen, laced with just the right amount of indignation and innuendo. I knew this was going to set off a firestorm, and I couldn't wait to watch it burn. The post spread like wildfire, each share, each angry comment, sending a surge of satisfaction through my veins. I felt a jolt of power with each notification, each new message that popped up on my screen. It was like watching a carefully constructed machine do its work, the gears turning, the pieces falling into place. I made Tanya watch as her lover's life began to unravel, forcing her to sit beside me as I monitored the growing scandal. The look of horror on her face was a twisted form of pleasure, a visual confirmation of my control over her. "Look," I whispered, scrolling through the responses, my voice laced with a mocking tone. "Your boyfriend's trending." The words were cruel, deliberately designed to inflict maximum pain. She sat rigid in her chair, her hands clasped so tightly her knuckles were white, her body trembling with anxiety and fear. "Please stop this," she begged, her voice barely a whisper, her face contorted in a mask of despair. "You're destroying his career." "He destroyed my marriage," I replied coldly, my eyes fixed on the screen. "Now he gets to watch everything he built crumble." My words were like ice, devoid of any empathy or compassion. It was a simple, brutal equation. He hurt me, and now I was hurting him. It was a simple and elegant. The campaign escalated methodically, each move calculated and precise. Anonymous tips to industry blogs, carefully worded reviews on professional websites, strategically placed comments on online forums, all designed to chip away at Bart's carefully constructed public image. It was a digital assault, an avalanche of negativity designed to bury him under an avalanche of accusations. I was the puppet master, pulling the strings, orchestrating his demise. I created fake profiles, anonymous accounts to share tales of his predatory behavior, each story carefully crafted to be just plausible enough to seem real, just scandalous enough to spread quickly through the internet. I was a storyteller, a fabricator of lies, turning the digital landscape into my own personal weapon. Other women came forward with their own stories, some true, some inspired by my carefully crafted narrative. The snowball effect was beautiful to watch, the scandal gathering momentum with every new claim. "Your story inspired me to speak up," one woman wrote in a viral post, a comment that was carefully calculated to incite further outrage. I smiled, the corners of my mouth twitching in amusement, knowing I'd written it myself from one of my many sock puppet accounts. I was a ghost in the machine, manipulating the digital world to my own twisted end. Bart's first attempt at damage control was pathetic, a feeble attempt to regain control of the situation. A carefully worded statement about misunderstandings and false allegation, a hollow attempt to minimize the damage he had caused. I leaked screenshots of his messages with Tanya in response, strategically edited to make him appear even more predatory and manipulative, and then anonymously leaked them to several news outlets and blogs. The carefully crafted image of respectability began to crumble before my eye. The company's board called an emergency meeting, their faces grim as they entered the building. I watched through social media, a silent observer in my carefully orchestrated drama, as Bart arrived at the office, the cameras following his every move. His confident stride was gone, replaced by the hesitant steps of a man watching his life collapse, a visual testament to the power I had over him. The man who had once moved with purpose and confidence was now a shadow of his former self. "Congratulations," I told Tanya that evening, showing her the news, my voice flat and devoid of any emotion. "Your boyfriend's been suspended pending investigation." My words were like a punch to the gut, a deliberate reminder of her role in his downfall. She sat in silence, her face pale, tears silently rolling down her cheeks, her body slumped in defeat. I could see the guilt eating at her, the knowledge that she had played a part in his downfall weighing heavily on her conscience. Each new headline was another weight on her soul, a reminder of the destruction she had helped set in motion. Her misery was my pleasure, her pain my satisfaction. The final blow came from an unexpected source, but I had subtly encouraged it, guiding it to fruition. Bart's wife, a woman I'd never met, but had subtly manipulated with information and hints about his affair. She received copies of every message, every intimate detail of his affair. I'd made sure she knew everything, carefully and systematically. She filed for divorce, publicly thanking me for exposing the truth, her words spreading like wildfire, a public act of humiliation that added to the inferno of Bart's ruined reputation. "Please," Tanya whispered one night, staring at her phone, her eyes wide with terror. "He's lost everything." Her voice was a pathetic plea, a desperate attempt to bring an end to the carnage. "Not yet," I replied, my eyes scanning his LinkedIn profile, watching as company after company withdrew job offers, his career prospects dwindling by the day. "But he will." The words were a promise, a grim declaration of intent. In just a few weeks, I had transformed Bart from a respected executive into a social pariah, a cautionary tale. His name became synonymous with workplace scandal, a label that would forever haunt him. Job applications went unanswered. His phone remained silent. His former colleagues crossed the street to avoid him, and he was essentially a ghost in the world he had once occupied. I had stripped him of his power, his status, and his dignity, leaving him with nothing. The satisfaction was intoxicating, a heady rush of power that made me feel like a god. Every destroyed opportunity, every closed door, every rejection was a form of justice, my twisted sense of retribution finally being satisfied. Tanya watched it all, a prisoner to the consequences of her choices, powerless to stop the destruction she had helped set in motion, trapped in a cage of my own creation. She was now a passive observer of her own destruction, and that of the man she betrayed me with. But even as I reveled in Bart's downfall, a darkness lurked beneath my elation, a whisper that told me this wasn't enough, the sense that this was incomplete. There was still more pain to inflict, more punishment to devise. After all, they had humiliated me in private. It was only fair that their suffering should be public, a grotesque theater of my own design. I wanted everyone to know what they had done, to witness their shame. "The pink pony," I sneered, the words dripping with contempt as I pulled into the strip club's parking lot. The neon sign flickered overhead, casting a sickly pink glow across the asphalt, a visual representation of the degradation that awaited us inside. "Perfect place for someone like you." The words were a deliberate jab, designed to wound her as deeply as possible. Tanya sat motionless in the passenger seat, her body slumped in defeat, her face a mask of utter despair. Gone were the designer clothes and the carefully applied makeup, replaced by something cheap and worn. I'd made sure she looked the part, a visual representation of her fallen status. She was a shell of her former self, reduced to a broken, defeated woman. The torn jeans, the cheap tank top, the smeared mascara from constant crying were all deliberate choices, designed to emphasize her degradation. "I can't," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Please, I'll find another job." The fear in her voice was palpable, a desperate attempt to avoid the humiliation that was about to come. "You lost that privilege when you spread your legs for Bart." I killed the engine, the sudden silence amplifying her fear. "Besides, you're already experienced at selling yourself, aren't you?" The words were a brutal reminder of her infidelity, a calculated jab that twisted the knife deeper. I could see her flinch, the impact of my words hitting her with the force of a physical blow. The club's neon sign cast a sickly pink glow across her pale face, a grotesque halo of shame. Inside, the throbbing bass leaked through the walls, a heartbeat of degradation, a relentless reminder of the place she was about to enter. The air was thick with the smell of stale beer, cheap perfume, and desperation, a toxic mix that permeated everything in the vicinity. I could see the fear in her eyes, the knowledge that her old life was about to come crashing down. I'd arranged this interview through an old client, a man who owed me a favor, a connection that allowed me to orchestrate this particular torture. I made sure he understood exactly what I wanted, the kind of humiliation I expected to be inflicted, and he eagerly agreed. It was a macabre collaboration, a twisted alliance in the service of my revenge. The manager, Tony, greeted us with a knowing smirk, his eyes crawling over Tanya like insects, assessing his newest commodity. His gaze was lecherous, his smile predatory, as if he already knew what her role was going to be. He was like a shark circling his prey, knowing he had won. The smell of stale beer and desperation clung to everything, a tangible representation of the club's dark soul. "So," he drawled, leaning back in his office chair, his gaze fixed on Tanya. "Any dancing experience?" His tone was suggestive, his words laced with a crude innuendo that made Tanya flinch. Tanya's voice trembled, barely a whisper, her body shaking with fear. "No, She couldn't bring herself to complete the sentence, the shame overwhelming her. "She's a quick learner," I interrupted, my hand squeezing her shoulder a little too tightly, enjoying the way she flinched under my touch. "Aren't you, honey?" My voice was laced with a cold mockery, a deliberate attempt to humiliate her further. The interview was just a formality. Tony had already agreed to make her life hell, to punish her as I had wanted. Extra shifts, the worst time slots, the minimum tips, everything designed to break her spirit further, to grind her down until she was nothing. It wasn't just about employment. It was about destruction. I was using him as a tool, another weapon in my arsenal of revenge. "Strip," Tony commanded, gesturing to the tiny office stage, a platform of shame where she would expose herself to the leering gaze of strangers. "Let's see what we're working with." The words were a brutal command, a deliberate degradation of her personhood. Tears streamed down Tanya's cheeks, leaving black streaks on her already smeared makeup as she climbed onto the platform. Her movements slow and hesitant. Her hands shook uncontrollably as she reached for her tank top, the fabric suddenly feeling like a heavy shroud. I watched, a cold smile playing on my lips, as my once proud wife began her descent into this abyss, her humiliation a twisted source of pleasure. This was the woman who thought she could betray me without any consequences. The next few weeks blurred into a nightmare of long nights and degrading performances. Each day, a new step down into her personal hell. I made sure to be there for every shift, a silent observer in the darkest corner, my eyes never leaving her, monitoring her every move. I was the watchful eye, the ever-present reminder of her sin. The other dancers called her Ghost, fitting for someone who seemed to have lost her soul, a hollow shell devoid of life. "Look at me," I'd command when she danced past my table, the words a cruel reminder of her purpose there. "Remember why you're here." My gaze was intense, a deliberate attempt to humiliate her further, to strip her of any remaining dignity. She'd meet my gaze, her eyes empty, mechanical movements matching the pulsing music, her body moving without any passion or emotion. She had become a machine, devoid of any feeling or personality. The confident woman who'd once commanded boardroom attention now crawled across sticky stages, her body on display for crumpled dollar bills, reduced to a pathetic caricature of her former self. The contrast was sickening, a visual representation of her fall from grace. Some nights, I'd invite former colleagues to the club, a deliberate attempt to inflict maximum damage, watching their shock turn to cruel amusement as they recognized her. "Isn't that Tanya?" they'd whisper, their eyes widening in disbelief. Bart's mistress? Each recognition was another nail in the coffin of her former life, another step towards her complete and utter destruction. I was systematically erasing her old life, replacing it with a new one built on shame and humiliation. The transformation was complete. She danced mechanically to the beat, her vacant stare fixed on some distant point, as if watching her old life fade away, her movements devoid of any passion or joy. The other dancers avoided her, sensing something broken, something dangerous in her vacant stares, as if she carried a contagious disease of despair. They knew she was different, marked by the shame of her betrayal, and they were wary of her. "Please," she'd begged some nights, collapsed in exhaustion in the dimly lit dressing room, her voice barely a whisper. "I've learned my lesson." Her pleas were pitiful, devoid of any real emotion. But there was no lesson, not really, not in the way she imagined. Only punishment, and my twisted need to watch her suffer, to ensure she felt the same helplessness, the same humiliation I'd felt discovering her betrayal. It was a perverse form of justice, a twisted expression of my own pain. The dance floor was her prison, the spotlight her instrument of torture. The club had become her prison, the stage her torture chamber, and I was the sadistic warden, ensuring she remained trapped within its walls. Each dance, each degrading moment, fed my twisted desire for revenge, and I was never satisfied. I watched her spirit die a little more each night, a hollow shell drifting through the motions of her life, finding a perverse satisfaction in her descent, feeling a surge of power with each new act of degradation. Tony played his part perfectly, a willing accomplice in my dark plan, scheduling her for the worst shifts, making her dance when the crowd was at its most aggressive, making sure she felt the full weight of her humiliation. He understood what I wanted, not just employment, but destruction, the systematic dismantling of her self-esteem. "She's breaking," he told me one night, counting out her meager tips, his voice a low murmur, his eyes fixed on her as she moved across the stage. Never seen anyone fade away like this. He was an observer too, a witness to her unraveling, a silent participant in her destruction. I nodded, watching her mechanical movements on stage, my face devoid of any emotion. "Good." My voice was flat, a cold expression of the satisfaction I felt, a cruel confirmation of her fate. The woman I'd married was gone, replaced by this hollow shell, this ghost who danced for strangers while I watched from the shadows, her movements vacant, her eyes devoid of light. Her punishment had become my obsession, her suffering my only source of satisfaction, a twisted reflection of my own inner darkness. But even this wasn't enough. The darkness inside me grew hungrier with each passing night, demanding more, always more, like a never-ending thirst that could never be quenched. I didn't realize then that my revenge was consuming us both, turning us into something neither of us would recognize, trapping us both in a cycle of pain and retribution. Rain lashed against my windshield, blurring the street lights into streaks of color as I drove home from the Pink Pony, the windshield wipers working overtime to clear the deluge. Another night of watching Tanya's spirit die a little more. Another small victory in my campaign of revenge. The satisfaction had become routine, almost boring, a hollow feeling that barely registered anymore. I barely noticed the headlights behind me, growing larger in my rearview mirror, the approach seemingly innocuous. The rain was heavy, the night dark, and I was lost in my own thoughts, numb to the world around me. The impact came without warning, a violent collision that sent my car spinning out of control, a disorienting dance of metal and glass. Metal screamed against metal, the sound piercing through the drumming rain as my car veered across the lanes, the tires losing their grip on the slick asphalt. The world tilted, the familiar landmarks turning into a disorienting blur, and glass shattered around me like deadly confetti, the fragments spraying the inside of the car like a hail of icy daggers. Pain exploded through my body, a searing agony that shot through my limbs as the guardrail crumpled under the force of the collision, a violent stop to my momentum. When the world finally stopped spinning, I was trapped in a cocoon of twisted metal, the car a mangled wreck, my body pinned within the wreckage. Through the spider-webbed windshield, I saw another car, badly damaged but still running, its headlights cutting through the rain like accusing eyes. The driver's door opened, and a familiar figure emerged, his silhouette dark and menacing against the backdrop of the storm. Bart stood in the rain, his figure outlined against the flashing lights of the emergency vehicles in the distance, watching me struggle in the wreckage. A grim smile on his face. Blood trickled down my face, mingling with the rain, but I could see his expression clearly. A mirror of the cold satisfaction I'd worn while systematically destroying his life, a perfect reflection of the monster I had become. "How does it feel?" he called out, his voice barely audible over the relentless drumming of the rain, each word laced with a sinister satisfaction. To be helpless? To watch everything spin out of control? The words were a deliberate taunt, a twisted echo of my own cruelty, a reminder of the helplessness I had inflicted on so many. I tried to move, but a searing pain shot through my legs, a throbbing agony that made me gasp for breath. Something was definitely broken, the bones twisting in ways they were never meant to twist. "You're insane," I gasped, tasting blood in my mouth, my voice a weak and pathetic whisper. He laughed, a hollow, broken sound that echoed in the rain, devoid of any joy or mirth. "Insane? You destroyed my career, my marriage, my entire life, everything I worked so hard to build. And for what? Because your wife chose me?" The words were a desperate plea for understanding, an attempt to justify his actions, a feeble attempt to find meaning in the chaos I had unleashed. Lightning flashed, illuminating his face, and the polished executive was gone, replaced by something feral, something dangerous, something completely untethered from the constraints of society. He'd lost weight, his expensive suit replaced by worn, ill-fitting clothes, his face gaunt and his eyes burning with a barely contained rage. The man I'd systematically destroyed had been reborn as something darker, a vengeful creature seeking retribution. I had made him into a mirror image of myself. "They'll arrest you for this," I threatened, my voice weak and trembling, a futile attempt to regain some sense of control over the situation. I knew the threat was empty, meaningless in the face of what he had done. "Maybe," he shrugged, the rainwater running down his face like tears, masking his emotions. "But they'll find a man with nothing left to lose. You made sure of that." The words were a chilling reminder of the consequences of my actions, a declaration that I had pushed him too far, turning him into a monster as terrible as I was. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing louder with each passing moment, announcing the arrival of the emergency services. Bart took one last look at me, trapped and bleeding in my mangled car, his expression a mixture of triumph and despair. "Revenge isn't as satisfying as you thought, is it?" His words hung in the air, a haunting echo of the emptiness I had felt, as he turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness, leaving me to face the consequences of my actions alone. I drifted in and out of consciousness in the hospital, my body a broken, mangled mess, the pain a constant, searing agony. The doctors spoke of multiple fractures, internal bleeding, months of rehabilitation, and a long, arduous recovery, a future filled with pain and uncertainty. Pain became my constant companion, each breath a reminder of Bart's revenge, a physical manifestation of the damage I had caused. When Tanya first visited, I barely recognized her, the face before me a pale imitation of the woman I had once married. She sat beside my bed, perfectly still, watching the machines that kept track of my vital signs, her eyes vacant, devoid of any emotion or warmth. Her stripper's makeup was gone, replaced by something else. An emptiness that seemed to radiate from within, a void that consumed everything in its path. "Are you happy now?" I managed to ask through cracked lips, the words slurred and weak, my voice a mere whisper. The question was a desperate attempt to grasp at something, to understand the situation I had created. She tilted her head, studying me with detached curiosity, her gaze cold and distant, as if she were examining a specimen in a lab. "Happy?" Her voice was flat, emotionless, a monotone that sent a shiver down my spine. "I don't feel anything anymore." Her words were like a death sentence, a confirmation of the devastation I had wrought, the death of her spirit. The words chilled me more than the pain ever could. The realization that the woman I'd systematically broken had transformed into something eerily calm, unnaturally still, something that was completely devoid of humanity, sent shivers down my spine. "The doctors say you'll need help," she continued, her fingers tracing patterns on the hospital blanket, her movements precise and deliberate. "Someone to take care of you during recovery." The words were delivered without any emotion, a cold, clinical assessment of my situation. "You'll help me," I said, but it came out more like a question, a desperate plea for help that was couched in a demand. I was no longer in control, no longer the puppet master of this twisted drama. Her smile was wrong somehow, a grotesque imitation of the warmth it once held, like a mask that didn't quite fit, a visual representation of her emptiness. "Of course, that's what wives are for, right?" Her words were a hollow echo of the vows we had exchanged, a cruel reminder of the life we once shared. She began coming every day, a mechanical routine, performing her duties with robotic precision, her eyes fixed on some distant point, her movements stiff and awkward, adjusting pillows, helping with medication, watching me struggle through physical therapy, her touch cold and lifeless, devoid of any warmth. But her eyes never changed, two empty pools reflecting nothing, a void that seemed to consume everything in its path. Sometimes, when the pain was worst, and my grip on reality started to waver, I'd catch her watching me with that strange half-smile, a chilling expression that sent shivers down my spine. In those moments, I'd remember how I'd watched her on stage, taking pleasure in her humiliation, and I knew, with chilling certainty, that our roles had been reversed. Now, she had become the audience to my suffering, watching my decline with the same detached interest I had once shown. "Does it hurt?" she'd ask, pressing just a little too hard while changing bandages, her voice devoid of any compassion, a cruel curiosity that made my skin crawl. Her questions were not born of concern, but rather a morbid fascination with my pain. The doctors spoke of healing, of eventually returning to normal, a future that was filled with hope. But watching Tanya's hollow eyes, feeling her cold hands on my broken body, I understood there would be no return to normal. We were both too far gone, transformed by the darkness we'd embraced, and trapped in a cycle of pain that would likely never end. The damage was irreversible, the scars deep and lasting. My revenge had come full circle, creating something far more terrifying than I'd intended, a twisted mockery of justice. In breaking Tanya, I'd given birth to something empty, something devoid of emotion, something capable of watching suffering with the same detached interest I'd once shown, a reflection of my own monstrous nature. The monster I had created was now my keeper, and the thought sent shivers down my spine. As I lay in my hospital bed, trapped and dependent on the very woman I'd tortured, I realized the true cost of revenge, the utter devastation it had wrought. It hadn't just destroyed Tanya, it had destroyed us both, leaving behind shells of who we used to be, empty husks that were haunted by the ghosts of our past. The victory had turned into a defeat, the triumph into a tragedy, and in the quiet moments, When pain and morphine blurred the lines of reality, I'd see that strange smile playing on her lips and wonder what forms of revenge an empty person might devise, what horrors she was capable of now that she had nothing left to lose. The cycle, I realized, might never end, and the darkness we had embraced together would likely consume us both, forever trapped in this cycle of pain and retribution. The hum of my laptop was a low, persistent drone, the only sound cutting through the 2 a.m. stillness. It cast an eerie blue light on the empty space beside me, Claire's space, the side of the bed where she should have been. My fingers froze over the keyboard, her words from dinner echoing in my skull, a broken record I couldn't turn off. "Kelly, Ryan needs you. I need you." It was a plea, delivered with that soft, almost pleading tone she used when she was about to ask for something big, or to say something I didn't want to hear. But deadlines don't give a damn about feelings, right? One more hour wouldn't hurt. My shoulders tightened, a knot forming between my shoulder blades as I heard footsteps outside the door. Liam, always Liam. He was a shadow, always there, always watching. The kid was like a damn sensor, picking up on everything. I saw his worried eyes through the crack of the door. He lingered there a moment, his small frame a silhouette against the dim hallway light, before he padded away, a whisper of bare feet on the carpet. The house creaked around us, amplifying the silence, a living, breathing thing full of unspoken words. A muffled sob, thin and desperate, drifted from Ryan's room, and my gut clenched like a fist. It was like someone had punched me in the stomach. Claire's voice, soft and soothing, like a gentle rain on parched earth, seeped through the walls. She was doing my job, the job I was supposed to be doing. My son was drowning. I knew it. I saw the water rising around him, but I kept pretending I didn't. The school calls, they'd become a regular thing, more frequent now, about the bullying, and I'd wave them off. Boys will be boys, I'd say, my voice full of a confidence that was a complete and utter lie. He'll toughen up. The next morning at breakfast, Ryan's knuckles were bruised, knuckles he quickly shoved under his sleeve. Defensive wounds. His eyes met mine for a split second, pleading, begging for something, anything. But I was already late, my mind racing with spreadsheets, deadlines, presentations, and I mumbled something about being late for the office, focusing on stirring my coffee, stirring it way too much. Claire's fork clattered against the ceramic of her plate, the sound sharp, cutting through the forced civility of the morning, the unnatural silence we all walked on like eggshells. "Dad." Ryan's voice cracked, a thin, fragile sound. His 15-year-old frame hunched over his untouched bowl of cereal, a bowl of cereal that looked just as unappetizing as the past few mornings. "Mr. Carter thinks I should join the counseling group." Counseling, a word that had always made me bristle. Counseling meant problems. Problems meant time. Time I didn't have. My grip tightened on my briefcase, the leather creaking in protest. "You don't need counseling, son. You just need to toughen up a bit." The words were out before I could catch them, and I could see them hanging in the air, ugly, jagged, cutting right through my son. Claire's sharp intake of breath made me wince, a tiny sound that had an outsized effect. Liam, ever the observer, slid closer to his brother, his small hand reaching out, finding Ryan's under the table, offering some small, quiet comfort that I couldn't even muster. Claire moved between us, a wall of righteous anger, her eyes burning. "Kelly, Mr. Carter says Ryan's been eating lunch alone in his classroom. He's trying to help." And when she said the teacher's name, her voice changed. A softness, a warmth that I hadn't heard in months. Something that sounded like something. I brushed it off, my mind already back at the office. The morning's presentations, the numbers, the never-ending numbers, too preoccupied to even register the warning signs flashing like neon in my face. My life, the perfect life I'd built, it was cracking, breaking under the pressure, and all I did was slap another layer of paint over the damage. Patch, patch, patch. Every morning, I'd stare into the mirror, straightening my tie, rehearsing the day's pitches, the right combination of buzzwords, sales phrases, all the while ignoring the shadows under my eyes, the exhaustion etched into my face. Success. It had always been my compass, the needle pointing steadily toward the next promotion, the next validation that I was doing everything right, even when everything was going wrong. That evening, rummaging for my missing tie in the laundry room, I found Ryan's journal hidden under a pile of clothes. The pages were filled with dark sketches, angry scribbles, words that made my chest ache. Nobody sees. Nobody cares. Dad's never here. I should have stopped then, canceled my meetings, put down the damn phone, been the father he needed. But instead, I tucked the journal away, like a dirty secret, pretending I'd never seen it, like if I ignored it long enough, it wouldn't be real. Later, I watched Claire console Ryan through the crack of his bedroom door. Her voice hushed, her words a balm to his pain, and I heard her whisper, "At least Mr. Carter understands." The words stung, a dull ache in my chest, but I pushed it aside like I always did. Success meant sacrifice, I told myself, the mantra I'd been repeating for years. The promotion was just around the corner. Everything would be better then, once I made partner, once I got the corner office. The house was silent, except for the sound of the kids' quiet sobs and Claire's gentle shushing. The perfect family, the perfect life I was building was falling apart, and I was too damn blind, too damn scared to admit it. But that night, lying awake, the silence so thick it was a physical thing pressing down on me, listening to Claire cry softly in the bathroom, I realized I was losing them, all of them. My phone buzzed with another work email, its harsh light illuminating the family photo on my nightstand. A perfect family, smiling, frozen in a moment where we were whole, where everything still made sense. Now, every ping of my phone felt like another brick in the wall I'd built between us. Claire's side of the bed remained empty, cold, untouched, her pillow a monument to her absence. The sound of her comforting Ryan drifted through the walls, punctuated by his muffled cries. The distance between us had grown into a chasm, and I didn't have a damn clue how to build a bridge across it. The first signs were like whispers, so quiet I almost missed them. Claire's phone would light up more often during dinner, her fingers hovering over the screen before she'd flip it face down. The movement quick, almost guilty. "Just work stuff," she'd say. But her smile, it was different, lighter, like she was holding on to a secret that made her float a little above the ground. It started with parent-teacher conferences. Claire insisted on going alone, her tone light but firm, saying I was too busy anyway, and she wasn't wrong. The Wilson account had me by the throat, consuming my days. Most nights I barely made it home before the kids were already tucked in bed. When she'd come back from these meetings, her cheeks would be flushed, her eyes bright with a spark I hadn't seen in years. That spark I used to see when we were first dating, before real life crashed down on us. "Mr. Carter really gets what Ryan's going through," she'd say, her voice taking on that special, almost soft warmth whenever she mentioned his name. "He says Ryan's making progress." I'd nod, half listening, my thumb scrolling through emails on my phone, missing the way her fingers would twist her wedding ring, a nervous habit she'd developed recently. She looked at me when I did not look at her. Liam, he noticed things I didn't. He always did. One evening I found him standing in the doorway of my home office, his small frame casting a long, skinny shadow across the carpet. "Mommy's different," he said, his voice hushed, his eyes serious beyond his years. She laughs more now, but not with us. I waved it off, ruffling his hair, promising to play catch later. A promise I knew I wouldn't keep, because I never did. Then Claire changed more obviously. After winter, it was like someone had flipped a switch. She started wearing perfume again, something light and floral that brought back memories of our early dating days. A scent that was both familiar and strangely foreign. Her wardrobe shifted, subtle changes, nothing dramatic, just a little more effort, a touch more color, a slight curve in her silhouette that had been hidden before. "I'm just trying to take care of myself," she'd say when I finally noticed enough to comment, and there was an edge to her words, a challenge that I chose to ignore. The school's parent-teacher night stretched later than usual, and when Claire came home, she moved with a lightness I hadn't seen in months. "Mr. Carter suggested some books for Ryan," she announced, pulling out a list, handwritten with neat, precise cursive. Her fingers traced the letters, and I saw she'd reapplied her lipstick, the color a little bolder than usual. The observation flickered. A tiny spark, then died, extinguished by my phone buzzing with another urgent email. "That's great," I mumbled, not even looking up from the screen. My mind already back at work, back with the spreadsheets, back with the numbers. Did he say anything about the bullying? Claire paused, a beat too long, the silence heavy, finally forcing me to look up. She was staring at me, and her eyes held a mixture of disappointment and something else, something that looked a hell of a lot like resignation. "He actually did, Kelly. He's been letting Ryan eat lunch in his classroom, giving him a safe space." Her voice softened, that warm, almost tender tone again. "James, Mr. Carter. He really listens. He sees what's happening with our son." The first name usage should have been a red flag, but the Wilson account was a damn siren, constantly calling me back, demanding my attention, and I was too damn preoccupied to notice, to even think. Besides, wasn't this what we wanted? Someone helping our son while I focused on providing for our family? That was my job, wasn't it? Days blurred into weeks. Claire started volunteering at school events that I was too busy to attend. She'd come home with stories about the drama club Mr. Carter supervised, about the way he handled the kids, the way he handled difficult students, about his innovative teaching methods. And each story was punctuated with "James says" or "James thinks." I didn't even realize I was becoming a stranger in my own marriage. Liam's drawings, they changed during this time. Where he once sketched our family of four holding hands, now his pictures showed Claire standing apart, often with a shadowy figure lurking nearby. When I asked him about it, he shrugged, his eyes avoiding mine. "That's Mr. Carter," he said in a whisper, a barely audible sound. "He makes Mommy smile more than you do." The words landed like a punch to the gut, but I swallowed them down with my coffee and headed to work, telling myself it was nothing, telling myself the kid was just being a kid. That evening, I found Claire's phone on the kitchen counter while she was in the shower. The screen lit up with a text. "Thanks for today. Your support means everything. James." My fingers hovered over the message, but I locked the screen instead. "Trust," I told myself. Trust was the foundation of our marriage. But the foundation, it was cracking, splitting apart like a fault line. Claire started coming home later, claiming school committee meetings and parent support groups. Her excuses, they were perfect, reasonable. She was just being involved in our son's education. Yet something felt off, in the way she'd check her phone when she thought no one was watching, in how she'd step outside to take calls, in the way her smile would fade whenever I entered the room. The spark would die, like an ember fading into ash. The truth had been there all along, written in the spaces between her words, in the perfume that lingered on her clothes, in the way she stopped reaching for me at night. I just couldn't see it. Or maybe I didn't want to. After all, admitting there was a problem would mean facing my own role in creating it, facing all the ways I had failed her, failed my family. It took Liam, with his kid's brutal honesty, to finally make me see. "Daddy?" he asked one night as I tucked him in, his small voice quiet, his brow furrowed with confusion. "Why does Mommy look at Mr. Carter the way she used to look at you?" The question hung in the air, thick and heavy, choking me with its implications, its painful truth. That night, lying awake, actually thinking about Claire for the first time in months, I realized I couldn't remember the last time she'd told me about her day, her dreams, her fears. I'd lost her long before Mr. Carter found her. I'd been so focused on success that I forgot what real success was. The divorce papers arrived on a Tuesday morning, tucked between the junk mail and bills like they were just another piece of routine correspondence, like an advertisement for a new credit card or a flyer for a pizza place. My coffee went cold as I stared at the words, irreconcilable differences, the legal phrase somehow inadequate to describe the demolition of 15 years of marriage. 15 years that felt like a lifetime that had just been tossed in the trash like a used tissue. Claire had signed her name with the same elegant, looping cursive I'd once admired on the love notes she used to leave in my briefcase, notes that now felt like ghosts, haunting me with their memory. The house was silent, as quiet as a tomb. Ryan had stopped coming down for breakfast weeks ago, the silence amplified by his absence, and Liam's usual chatter had dwindled to whispered responses, his voice barely above a breath. I could hear Claire moving upstairs, packing more of her things, the sound of her footsteps, once so familiar, now like Morse code tapping out a message I was too damn late to decode. "I need you to sign them by Friday," she said from the doorway, her voice steady, controlled, like she was reciting a line she had rehearsed 100 times. She looked different, somehow lighter, like she'd already shed the weight of our marriage. "James thinks." "Don't." The word was sharper than I intended, a clipped, angry sound. "Don't tell me what he thinks." My hand shook, a tremor I couldn't control, as I reached for my phone, scrolling through the email from Marshall Investigations. The photos were attached, the evidence I'd suspected but hadn't wanted to confirm. Claire and Mr. Carter in various innocent-looking encounters that added up to something far from it. Coffee shop meetings that stretched for hours, those stolen moments captured on grainy film. Long walks in the park, the kind of walks we used to take when we were in love, now stolen by someone else. His hand on her shoulder, lingering too long to be professional, a gesture that made my blood boil. But it was the school security footage that truly gutted me. Claire, staying late after parent-teacher meetings, her head thrown back, laughing at something he'd said, her face alive, bright with an animation I hadn't seen in me, the way they moved around each other in his classroom, a dance of calculated distance that fooled everyone but the camera's unblinking eye. "You want to know what I think?" I spread the photos across the kitchen counter, the glossy prints like a twisted card game. "I think you've been lying to everyone, including yourself." Claire's face drained of color, the blood rushing from her cheeks as she looked at the proof of her betrayal, her fingers trembling as she picked up one photo after another like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "You had me followed?" Her voice cracked, a fragile sound, a thin piece of glass breaking. "This is exactly why, Kelly, you treat everything like a business transaction. Even our marriage was just another deal to close." Ryan appeared in the kitchen doorway, his face hard, his expression like a steel trap as he took in the scene. "More fighting?" he spat. "Great, real mature." Before either of us could respond, he grabbed his backpack and slammed the front door, the sound echoing through the house like a gunshot. Through the window, I watched him hunch his shoulders, trying to shield himself from the world, the weight of the morning weighing him down. The private investigator's report burned in my pocket, a live coal against my skin. It wasn't just about the affair anymore. There were rumors about Mr. Carter, whispers from other parents about inappropriate attention to certain students, a pattern of behavior, a predator hiding in plain sight. The thought made my stomach turn, the bile rising in my throat. I'd hired the PI expecting to find evidence of infidelity, not some goddamn potential predator, a monster preying on vulnerable families. "There's more," I said, my voice barely recognizable, a low, guttural sound. "Things about Carter that you need to know." But Claire was already backing away, shaking her head, her defensive walls visibly rising. The armor she wore, the armor I'd seen her put on again and again. "I don't want to hear your accusations. James has been more present for this family in the past few months than you've been in years." The words landed like physical blows, each one exposing the truth of my failures, while simultaneously stoking a rage I didn't know I possessed. A rage that burned hot, a rage I needed to control. I watched her leave for school, knowing she was heading straight to him, knowing she would run right into the arms of a monster. The divorce papers sat on the counter, waiting for my signature. But all I could focus on was the growing certainty that this wasn't just about saving my marriage anymore. It was about protecting my family from something far worse than I'd initially imagined. It was about protecting my kids from a predator. I spent weeks planning my revenge, meticulously cataloging Claire's possessions and uncovering every secret she thought was safe. Each item, each detail, was like a piece of a puzzle that would reveal a truth she tried to hide. The movers would arrive at 9, precisely when the school day began, a time calculated to maximize the impact. Everything had been arranged with the same meticulous attention I gave to corporate takeovers, every detail accounted for, every contingency planned. I stood in our bedroom, my bedroom now, surrounded by labeled boxes. 15 years of marriage condensed into cardboard containers. Claire's jewelry, Claire's books, Claire's winter clothes. Each box represented another betrayal, another lie, each one a physical reminder of the life we built and the way she had destroyed it. I'd found love letters tucked into old journals, hidden behind the false bottom of her desk drawer, letters filled with lies. Mr. Carter's flowery words about destiny and soulmates, the kind of saccharine sweet nonsense that made my stomach turn, the kind of drivel that had convinced her to throw it all away. I checked my watch again, squinting against the morning sun through the curtains. 8:45. Claire had left early for a faculty meeting. Her goodbye to the boys rushed and distracted. The kind of goodbye you gave to people you didn't really care about. Liam had watched her go with knowing eyes, his gaze sharp, his little face grave, while Ryan hadn't even looked up from his phone, already tuned out, already gone. The fractures in our family, they were growing, becoming chasms that seemed impossible to cross. The movers arrived right on schedule, their truck backing into our driveway with practiced precision. The sound of the air breaks a sharp, guttural sigh. I handed them the detailed inventory I'd prepared, along with Mr. Carter's home address, an address I'd memorized. Each number burned into my brain like a brand. "Everything needs to be delivered by noon," I instructed, my voice steady despite the thunder in my chest, the anger burning like a wildfire. His wife should be home to receive the delivery. Box after box disappeared into the truck, each one a symbol of a broken promise. Claire's vanity mirror, still bearing sticky notes with her daily affirmations that now seemed like a twisted joke. The expensive perfumes she'd started wearing again when the affair began, each scent a reminder of the betrayal. Photos of our family vacations, now tainted by the knowledge that she'd been planning her escape even then. Her wedding dress, preserved in its special box, went last. A symbolic finale to our marriage, a final act of destruction in our story. I found myself standing in her empty closet, running my fingers along the bare hangers, the wire cold and empty. The space felt vast and hollow, like the pit in my stomach. The space where she used to be, where she used to hang her clothes, where she used to exist in my world. For a moment, doubt crept in, a tiny worm burrowing into my conscience. Was this too far? Too cruel? Then I remembered the photos of them together, her laughter echoing in his classroom after hours, her hand on his arm. The looks on their faces, and the doubt hardened into resolve, the worm turning into a viper, ready to strike. Mrs. Carter would be getting quite a surprise. That much was certain. I'd made sure to include the evidence of the affair. Photos, texts I'd recovered, every incriminating detail, along with Claire's belongings, a complete and utter package of devastation. Let her see exactly who her husband really was, the man who had destroyed my family. 2 marriages would end today, not just one. I sat at the kitchen counter, laptop open to track the delivery truck's progress, the blinking cursor mocking my intent. Each mile marker brought me closer to the moment when my plan would detonate their carefully constructed fantasy, a fantasy built on lies, on deception. My phone buzzed, a text from the moving company. Delivery in progress. I imagined Mrs. Carter's face as she opened her door to find her husband's mistress's life packed in neat boxes on her doorstep, the carefully constructed facade crumbling before her eyes. The first call came at 12:17. Carter's home phone number flashed on my screen. I'd expected this, had been waiting for it. I let it ring through to voicemail, imagining her voice shaking with rage as she pieced together the truth about her perfect husband, the reality of the man she thought she knew, a man who had destroyed everything. The second call came from Claire at 12:22. I watched it ring, remembering how she used to call me during lunch breaks, those stolen moments when we used to talk before Mr. Carter became her confidant, before her secrets, before everything fell apart. At 1:14, the front door slammed open, the sound like a physical blow. Claire stood there, mascara streaking her cheeks, her professional composure shattered, the mask slipping, the facade crumbling. "What have you done?" Her voice cracked like thin ice, the controlled composure she tried to maintain completely shattered. "How could you?" "I simply delivered your things to where you spend most of your time anyway," I replied, my tone carefully measured, the words cold, rehearsed, each syllable sharpened like a blade. "Mrs. Carter seemed quite interested in your collection of love letters." "You had no right." She stormed up the stairs, her heels echoing against the hardwood, each step a thud in the silence. I followed, watching as she threw open her closet doors only to find empty space, the gaping void a mirror of the emptiness she had created. "This is insane, Kelly. You've lost your mind." "No, Claire. I've finally found clarity." I leaned against the doorframe, watching her panic rise, a slow, insidious burn. Every item, every memory. It's all where it belongs now. With your lover and his wife. Her phone rang again. Mrs. Carter's number, an insistent, demanding ring that couldn't be ignored. Claire's hands shook as she declined the call, like she was afraid of the truth it contained. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" "James's marriage, his career, his predatory behavior," I cut in, pulling out the PI's full report, the evidence I had gathered, a collection of damning details. "Did you know about the other students, Claire? The pattern of special attention he gives to vulnerable families?" The color drained from her face as she scanned the pages, her eyes darting across the details. Her face a mask of disbelief and growing horror. "These are lies," she whispered. But doubt had already crept into her voice, her denial a shaky facade. "You're trying to manipulate me. The school board receives their copy tomorrow. I watched her world crumble, feeling nothing but a hollow satisfaction, a bitter taste in my mouth. You should have chosen your savior more carefully. Claire sank onto the bare mattress, the report trembling in her hands. The reality of what she had done, the truth of who he was, finally sinking in. Her phone kept buzzing. Mrs. Carter's fury wouldn't be silenced. A storm that was about to break. I loved him, she said softly, more to herself than to me. A whisper in the empty room. He understood me. He understood how to exploit a failing marriage. I corrected, my voice sharp, devoid of any sympathy, just like he's done before. The sound of the front door opening downstairs made us both freeze, both of us suddenly aware of the outside world, a world that we had so carefully kept at bay. Ryan's voice drifted up, his voice laced with confusion. Mom? Dad? Why is there a moving truck at Mr. Carter's house? Claire's eyes met mine, panic replacing anger, a realization that this was bigger than just us, bigger than just her affair, bigger than just my revenge. In that moment, I saw the full weight of consequences crash down on her. This wasn't just about us anymore. Our son would have to face the fallout at school, the whispers, the stares, the judgment. I'll talk to him, I said, my voice softening slightly, a flicker of empathy, a small spark that made its way through the ashes of my anger. You should answer Mrs. Carter's calls. She deserves the truth, don't you think? As I left the room, Claire's phone rang again, the insistent buzz a constant reminder of the devastation. I heard her answer with a shaking voice. Sandra, please let me explain. I closed the door on her plea, feeling neither triumph nor relief. Revenge, I was learning, tasted nothing like victory. It just left ashes in your mouth and emptiness in your heart. After the divorce, our house became a shrine to our former life, a mausoleum of broken dreams. Empty spaces on the walls, where family photos once hung, became monuments to our loss, to a life that was no more. Ryan refused to sit at the dinner table, taking his meals to his room in silent protest, a barricade against us, against me. Only Liam remained, pushing food around his plate, his eyes darting between his brother's empty chair and mine, his small face a mask of worry, his silence a rebuke. He'll come around, Dad, Liam would say, his voice small but hopeful, trying to fill the heavy silence with a faith I didn't deserve. But Ryan's anger, it had roots deeper than the divorce, and I knew it. Every morning, he'd leave for school without a word, shoulders hunched against more than just his backpack's weight. The weight of the world, the weight of my mistakes. The bullying had stopped. Mr. Carter's spectacular fall from grace had seen to that. The predator was gone, but the cost, it was written in my son's contempt, in the way he looked at me, like I was nothing. One evening, I found Ryan's college application essays scattered across his desk, the papers a mess of handwritten notes and crossed-out sentences. The prompt asked about overcoming challenges. His words cut through me like glass, a sharp, jagged edge that pierced my heart. I learned early that the people meant to protect you can become the ones who hurt you most. My father taught me that lesson when he chose revenge over our family's healing. The truth in those words, it haunted me. Those words were a constant reminder of my failures, of the damage I had done. I'd been so focused on exposing Claire's betrayal, on bringing down Mr. Carter, that I'd forgotten about the collateral damage, the lives I had ruined in my quest for justice. The satisfaction of taking down the predator, of seeing him exposed, had faded, leaving only the bitter taste of Pyrrhic victory, a victory that had cost me everything that mattered. The predator was gone, but so was my son's trust, my family's love. Liam, he tried to bridge the gap, trying to mend the broken bond between Ryan and me, playing messenger between his brother and me, his small attempts at reconciliation, a reminder of what we had lost. Ryan said he got an A on his history test. He'd report over breakfast, a small piece of good news delivered with a hopeful tone, or he's thinking about joining the debate team. Each scrap of information a lifeline I clung to. Proof that my son still existed beyond the wall of silence between us, beyond the bitterness and resentment. Some nights, I'd stand in the doorway of Ryan's room, watching him sleep, his face soft, his features relaxed, finally free from the anger and resentment that consumed him when he was awake. In those moments, he looked like my little boy again, not the angry teenager who wore betrayal like armor, whose pain was a direct reflection of my own failures. I'd think about Claire then, wonder if she'd found the peace she claimed I'd denied her, the escape she so desperately craved. The last I'd heard, she'd moved to another state, leaving behind the wreckage of 2 families and a career in ruins, a broken life left in her wake. Did you have to destroy everything? Ryan had asked me once in a rare moment of direct confrontation, his voice raw, his eyes full of pain. Couldn't you have just let her go? I had no answer that would satisfy him, because I didn't have an answer that would satisfy me. How could I explain that in trying to protect our family from one thread, I'd become another, a destructive force tearing everything apart? How could I tell him that in winning the battle, I'd lost something far more precious than my marriage? I'd lost my son's faith in me. I'd destroyed everything I loved in my desperate attempt to fix it. Now, each day feels like an exercise in redemption I'm not sure I deserve. Each day a reminder of my failings, my mistakes. Liam still believes in happy endings, his innocence a beacon of hope. But Ryan's silence reminds me that some bridges, once burned, leave scars on both shores, scars that may never heal, wounds that may never close. My actions had consequences, and I had to live with them. This was my penance.
You're always working, Asher. Always distracted. You can't even see what's right in front of you.
What does she mean? What am I missing? I leaned against the kitchen counter, the cool marble pressing into my palms as I stared at the floor. The house was quiet, too quiet. The faint hum of the refrigerator filled the silence, a stark contrast to the turmoil raging within me. My gaze drifted to the photo frame on the wall across from me, a snapshot of happier times, with Addison and me laughing on a sunlit beach. The image now felt like a cruel joke. I had come home early that evening, hoping to surprise her. Work had been relentless lately, and I wanted to make amends for my absence. I had picked up her favorite bottle of wine, and the chocolate she always pretended not to crave, but couldn't resist. But the moment I stepped through the door, something had felt off. The air in the house was different, charged, almost electric. My heart sank as I remembered the scene upstairs. Addison's perfume had lingered in the bedroom, intermingling with a scent that wasn't mine. The bed, our bed, had been hastily made, theciously. I had stood frozen, my mind unwilling to connect the dots, even as my chest tightened. My breathing had grown shallow, and a low roar had filled my ears. It wasn't until I heard the sound of water running in the bathroom that I realized someone else was still there. Now, standing in the kitchen, I gripped the counter tighter. My knuckles turned white as the events of the evening replayed in my mind. I had confronted her, my voice trembling with anger and disbelief. She hadn't denied it. Addison had just stood there, her blue eyes wide with guilt and something else I couldn't quite place. Fear? Defiance? Why? I had demanded, my voice breaking. Why would you do this to us, to me? Addison had looked away, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. I didn't mean for it to happen, she had whispered. It just happened. The nonchalance in her tone had ignited something in me. It just happened? I had repeated, my voice rising. That's all you have to say? She had flinched, but said nothing. Her silence had been deafening, a chasm that I couldn't bridge. And then, as if to twist the knife further, she had spoken my name softly, hesitantly. Asher, I'm sorry. Sorry. The word had felt hollow, devoid of meaning. I had wanted to scream, to throw something, to lash out at the betrayal that was threatening to consume me. But instead, I had walked out, slamming the door behind me. Now, hours later, the initial shock was wearing off, replaced by a simmering anger that threatened to boil over. I poured myself a glass of whiskey, the amber liquid catching the light as I took a long sip. The burn in my throat was a welcome distraction from the ache in my chest. The sound of the front door opening jolted me from my thoughts. Addison stepped inside, her heels clicking against the wooden floor. She hesitated when she saw me, her hand tightening around the strap of her purse. I thought you'd gone to a hotel, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I set my glass down with a thud. I live here, I said coldly. Or have you forgotten that too? Her eyes flickered with pain, but she quickly masked it. We need to talk. Talk? I let out a bitter laugh. Now, you want to talk? What could you possibly have to say that would make any of this okay? Addison stepped closer, her movements tentative. Asher, please. Hurt me, I interrupted, my voice rising. You didn't just hurt me, Addison. You destroyed us. You destroyed everything we built together. She winced, but she didn't back down. I didn't plan for this to happen. Wyatt, he was there when I needed someone. And you? Her voice caught, and she looked away. You were always working, always distracted. My face hardened. So this is my fault now? Is that what you're saying? That I pushed you into his arms? That's not what I'm saying, she said quickly. But you have to understand, I felt so alone. Alone? I shook my head, incredulous. You could have talked to me, Addison. You could have told me how you were feeling. But instead, you chose to betray me. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she blinked them away. I didn't want to hurt you. Well, congratulations, I said bitterly. You succeeded. The silence that followed was suffocating. Addison's shoulders slumped, and she looked down at her hands. I still love you, Asher, she said softly. I know it doesn't mean much now, but it's the truth. Her words cut deeper than I expected. I wanted to believe her, wanted to cling to the hope that we could somehow fix this. But the image of her with Wyatt laughing, touching, kissing was seared into my mind. I couldn't erase it, no matter how much I wanted to. I can't do this, I said, my voice barely audible. I can't forgive you. Addison's breath hitched, and she took a step back as if my words had physically struck her. Asher, please, don't say that. It's over, Addison, I said firmly. We're over. Addison was rooted to the spot, her lips trembling as if she wanted to protest, to fight for something she had already shattered. But no words came. She turned her back to me, gripping the edge of the dining table for support. Asher, we've been through so much together, she eventually said, her voice cracking. Doesn't any of that mean anything to you? I shook my head slowly, the weight of her words pressing down on me. Of course it does. That's why this hurts so much. You didn't just betray me, you betrayed everything we stood for. How am I supposed to come back from that? She turned to face me again. tears streaking her cheeks. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, but if you just give me a chance, I'll prove to you that I can make this right, that we can make this right. I laughed bitterly. A chance? You think this is something you can just fix with time and effort? Addison, trust doesn't work that way. You broke it, and without trust, there's nothing left. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides. So that's it then? You're just going to walk away? Throw everything we've built together into the trash? You did that the moment you chose him, I snapped, my anger flaring again. Don't put this on me. Addison flinched, but her gaze didn't waver. I made a mistake, Asher. A terrible one. But people make mistakes. You've made mistakes too. Or are you perfect? My eyes narrowed, my body tense. Don't you dare compare what I've done to this. I've worked my ass off for us, for our future. And maybe I wasn't always there the way you needed me to be, but I never. My voice broke and I swallowed hard, struggling to regain my composure. I never betrayed you. The room fell silent, the air heavy with unspoken words. Addison's shoulders slumped, her earlier defiance giving way to despair. So what now? She asked quietly. Are we really done? I looked at her, my expression unreadable. I wanted to hate her, to push her out of my life and never look back. But a part of Meth, a part that still loved her, despite everything, was holding me back. I hated myself for it. I don't know, I admitted, my voice soft but firm. But I can't stay here tonight. I need space, time to think. Addison nodded, her eyes glistening. I understand, she whispered. But please, don't shut me out completely. I know I don't deserve it, but I'll do anything to fix this. Anything. I didn't respond. I grabbed my jacket from the back of a chair and headed for the door. Just before stepping out, I turned back to look at her one last time. She stood there, small and fragile, her arms wrapped around herself as if trying to hold herself together. For a brief moment, I felt a pang of sympathy, but it was quickly overshadowed by the pain of her betrayal. Without another word, I walked out, the door clicking shut behind me. The cool night air hit me like a slap to the face, but it did little to clear my mind. I got into my car and sat there for a moment, gripping the steering wheel tightly. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stay. The house that had once been a sanctuary now felt like a prison. As I drove through the empty streets, memories of our life together played in my mind like a cruel montage. Our first date, when she had laughed so hard at my joke that she spilled her drink, the way she used to dance around the kitchen while cooking dinner, her hair messy and her cheeks flushed. The nights we spent talking for hours about our dreams, our future, our plans. I had thought we were building something unshakable, something real, but now I realized how fragile it all had been. One choice, one mistake, and it had all come crashing down. I pulled into the parking lot of a small motel and checked in without much thought. The room was sparse and smelled faintly of cleaning products, but it didn't matter. I just needed a place to escape, to think. I sank onto the edge of the bed and buried my face in my hands. The pain was relentless, gnawing at me from the inside. I felt like a fool for trusting her, for believing in her, for loving her. And yet, beneath the anger and the hurt, there was something else. A flicker of longing, of hope. As much as I wanted to hate her, I couldn't ignore the part of me that still cared, that still wanted to believe we could find a way back to each other. But could I ever forgive her? Could I ever look at her without seeing the image of her with Wyatt? Without feeling the sting of betrayal? I didn't know, and that uncertainty scared me more than anything. I lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The whiskey was wearing off, leaving me with nothing but the raw, unfiltered pain. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, willing myself to find some semblance of peace. But peace wouldn't come, not tonight. I leaned back in my chair, a self-satisfied smirk playing on my lips as I flipped through the financial reports spread before me. Everything was proceeding as planned. The office was bathed in the warm glow of the afternoon sun, the light casting long shadows across my polished mahogany desk. My phone buzzed, and I glanced at the screen. A message from Addison. "We need to talk." I let out a low chuckle, tossing the phone onto the desk. She was unraveling, just as I'd anticipated. The guilt, the confusion, the loneliness, all carefully cultivated emotions, designed to make her dependent on me. I'd always been a man who knew how to get what he wanted. Charm, intelligence, and ambition were my tools, and Addison was just another piece in my game. She was beautiful, yes, but more importantly, she was vulnerable. Her marriage to me, once a fortress, was crumbling, and I had been there to exploit every crack. An hour later, Addison walked into my office, her face pale and drawn. She closed the door behind her and stood there, hesitant, as if unsure whether to approach me. I rose from my chair, my expression softening into one of concern. "Addison," I said, my voice smooth and reassuring, "you look upset." She hesitated, biting her lower lip. "I don't know if I can keep doing this," she said at last. "I feel like I'm losing myself. And Asher, you've been so distant." "I think you know." I stepped closer, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. "Addison, listen to me. You deserve to be happy. You've spent so long trying to live up to my expectations. But what about your own? You have a right to follow your heart." She looked up at me, her eyes searching my face for answers. "But is this really the answer? I don't even know who I am anymore. I feel like I'm trapped between two worlds, and I don't belong in either of them." My grip on her shoulder tightened slightly, though my expression remained calm. "You belong here, Addison, with me. I see you for who you really are, a strong, passionate, full of potential. I don't appreciate that. I never have." The words sank into her like a poison, filling her with equal parts validation and doubt. Addison hesitated, her expression conflicted. She seemed torn, as if battling between trusting me and questioning everything I said. I made her feel seen, understood, even cherished things she hadn't felt with me in a long time. And yet, the nagging voice in the back of her mind wouldn't go away. The voice that whispered of guilt, of betrayal, of the life she was throwing away for a man she wasn't sure she could trust. "I don't know," she murmured, stepping away from me. "I need time to think." I watched her go, my smirk returning as soon as the door closed behind her. I didn't need to push too hard. Addison was already spiraling, and she would come back to me soon enough. They always did. Meanwhile, back at home, I was struggling to hold everything together. I threw myself into my work, trying to distract myself from the growing distance between Addison and me. But no matter how much I tried to ignore it, the signs were everywhere: the late nights, the evasive answers, the way she avoided my touch. One evening, I came home to find her sitting in the living room, staring blankly at the television. She didn't even look up when I walked in. "Hey," I said, setting my bag down by the door. "How was your day?" She shrugged. "Fine." I sighed, running a hand through my hair. "Addison, we need to talk. Whatever's going on between us, it's not working. We can't keep pretending everything's okay." She turned to look at me, her expression a mix of exhaustion and sadness. "I don't know what you want me to say, Asher. I'm doing the best I can." "The best you can?" I echoed, my voice rising. "Addison, you've been distant for months. You barely talk to me anymore. How am I supposed to fix this if you won't even tell me what's wrong?" "I don't need you to fix me," she snapped, her voice sharp. "Maybe that's the problem. You're always trying to fix everything. Like I'm some project you can complete and move on from." I stared at her, stunned. "Is that really what you think? That I see you as some project?" She looked away, unable to meet my gaze. "I don't know what I think anymore." The silence that followed was deafening. I felt a wave of frustration and helplessness wash over me. I wanted to fight for her, for our marriage, but I didn't know how. And Addison was caught in a web of her own making, torn between the life she had and the life she thought she wanted. As the days passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Receipts for places I hadn't been, phone calls she brushed off with vague answers, it all gnawed at me, feeding my suspicions. The suspicion gnawed at me, but I couldn't bring myself to confront her outright. Not yet. Instead, I began to dig. Late at night, while she was asleep, I would go through her phone, her emails, her social media accounts, searching for answers. What I found only confirmed my worst fears. A message from Wyatt, buried in her inbox. "I'll take care of everything. Just trust me." My hands clenched into fists as I stared at the screen, my heart pounding in my chest. Wyatt. The name was like a spark, igniting a fire of rage and betrayal inside me. I had suspected for a while, but seeing the proof in black and white was like a punch to the gut. Wyatt wasn't just another man. He was a predator, a manipulator, and he had set his sights on Addison. I knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. I had to act. But first, I needed to know exactly what I was up against. As I delved deeper into Wyatt's past, I uncovered more than just his affair with Addison. I found a trail of medical malpractice and financial fraud that was shocking. But what truly fueled my anger were the stories of the people whose lives had been ruined by Wyatt's negligence. One day, I met with a former patient of Wyatt's, a woman named Sarah. She had been left with chronic pain and disability after a botched surgery. Her life had been turned upside down, and she was still fighting for justice. "He ruined my life," Sarah said, her voice trembling with emotion. "And he's done it to so many others. Someone needs to stop him." Her words resonated deeply within me. I realized that my revenge wasn't just about Addison's betrayal anymore. It was about bringing justice to people like Sarah. I began reaching out to more of Wyatt's victims, listening to their stories and gathering evidence. Each story added fuel to my fire, making me more determined to bring Wyatt down. One evening, as I sat in my office surrounded by files and notes, I felt a pang wrested of guilt. I had started this journey wrested of anger and a desire for revenge, but now it had become something more. I was fighting for justice, for the people whose lives had been shattered by Wyatt's actions. But at the same time, I felt a growing unease. I was becoming obsessed, consumed by my quest for revenge. I couldn't stop, even if I wanted to. The thought of Wyatt's getting away with his crimes was unbearable. I looked at the photos of Wyatt's victims spread out on my desk. Their faces a constant reminder of why I was doing this. I couldn't let them down. Iomina had to pay for what he had done. I sat in my home office, the air thick with tension as I pored over the documents I had gathered. My desk, usually immaculate, was now cluttered with spreadsheets, email printouts, and notes scrawled in my sharp handwriting. For weeks, I had been silently investigating Wyatt, following a trail of breadcrumbs that led to places I hadn't expected. At first, my focus had been on Addison, trying to piece together the extent of her relationship with Wyatt. But what I found went far beyond infidelity. Wyatt wasn't just a charming doctor with a penchant for manipulating people. He was a man with secrets, dangerous ones. I had uncovered discrepancies in Wyatt's financial dealings, large sums of money moving through shell companies, forged signatures on contracts, and payments that didn't add up. It wasn't just unethical, it was illegal. I relaxed in my chair, running a hand through my hair. My initial anger at Addison had turned into something colder and more calculated. Wyatt wasn't just a threat to my marriage, he was a threat to anyone who got too close to him. And I wasn't about to let him get away with it. The next morning, I made my way to the local courthouse. I had compiled everything into a neat file, complete with a timeline of Wyatt's activities and supporting evidence. I handed it over to a clerk, my jaw set with determination. "Who's the best prosecutor for handling cases like this?" I asked. The clerk raised an eyebrow, flipping through the file. "This is serious stuff. Fraud, embezzlement. I'll make sure it gets to the right person." I nodded, my fists clenched at my sides. This was just the beginning. A week later, the storm hit. Addison was at home when the knock came at the door. She opened it to find two police officers standing on the porch, their expressions grim. "Addison Turner?" one of them asked. She nodded, her heart racing. "Yes, that's me." "What's this about?" "You're under arrest for conspiracy to commit fraud," the officer said, stepping forward to cuff her wrists. Her breath caught in her throat. "What? No. This has to be a mistake. I haven't done anything wrong." But the officers weren't listening. They read her rights as they led her to the squad car, her protests falling on deaf ears. I was in my office when my phone rang. I glanced at the screen, Addison's number. For a moment, I considered letting it go to voicemail, but something in my gut told me to answer. "Asher." Her voice came through, trembling. "I've been arrested. They're saying I was involved in Wyatt's fraud." I froze, the words hitting me like a punch to the stomach. "What? That's impossible. You had nothing to do with it." "I know that," she snapped, her fear giving way to anger. "But they're saying I signed some contract and that makes me complicit." My mind raced. I hadn't anticipated this. My goal had been to take down Wyatt, not drag Addison into it. But Wyatt had always been plot meticulous, always a step ahead. He must have set her up, using her trust against her. "Addison," I said, my voice firm, "listen to me. I'm going to fix this. I'll find a lawyer and get to the bottom of it. Just hang tight." The courtroom was packed, the air heavy with anticipation. Addison sat at the defense table, her face pale and drawn. Her lawyer, a sharp-eyed woman named Claire, was whispering reassurances in her ear. On the other side of the room, Wyatt sat with his own legal team, his expression calm and collected. He looked every bit the composed professional, as if this trial were just another day at the office. I watched from the gallery, my hands gripping the railing in front of me. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to storm across the room and confront Wyatt. But I knew that would accomplish nothing. The prosecution presented their case first, laying out the evidence I had provided. They detailed Wyatt's financial schemes, the shell companies, the forged signatures. It was a damning portrait of a man who would stop at nothing to protect his wealth and reputation. But then came the twist. The prosecutor held up a document with Addison's signature at the bottom. "This contract," she said, "was signed by the defendant, Addison Turner. By doing so, she became a party to the fraud, whether knowingly or unknowingly." Gasps rippled through the courtroom. Addison's eyes widened, and she turned to her lawyer in panic. "That's not possible," Addison whispered. "I never signed that." Claire leaned closer. "We'll argue that in cross-examination. Stay calm." I recognized the document. I had seen it in my research. But Addison's signature? That was new. Wyatt must have forged it, using it as a shield to deflect attention away from himself. During a recess, I confronted Wyatt in the hallway. "You set her up," I hissed, keeping my voice low enough not to attract attention. Wyatt smirked, leaning casually against the wall. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "You forged her signature, didn't you? Dragged her into this mess to save your own skin." Wyatt shrugged. "Prove it." My fists clenched, but I forced myself to stay calm. Losing my temper wouldn't help Addison. "You won't get away with this," I said through gritted teeth. Wyatt's smile grew wide. "We'll see." The trial dragged on for weeks, each day more grueling than the last. Addison's lawyer worked tirelessly to discredit the evidence against her, arguing that the signature was a forgery and that Wyatt had orchestrated the entire scheme. Meanwhile, I doubled down on my investigation. I hired a forensic expert to analyze the signature, hoping to prove it was fake. I also began digging into Wyatt's personal life, looking for any leverage I could use. The turning point came when the forensic expert testified in court, presenting evidence that the signature on the contract was not Addison's. It was a small victory, but it gave the defense the foothold they needed. In the end, the jury found Addison not guilty, but while she was exonerated, the experience left her shaken and scarred. I watched her leave the courthouse, her head held high despite the exhaustion in her eyes. She paused at the top of the steps, looking out over the crowd of reporters and onlookers. For a moment, our eyes met, and I felt a pang of regret. I had set this chain of events in motion, and while I had achieved my goal of exposing Wyatt, the cost had been higher than I anticipated. Addison was free, but our marriage was in ruins, and the wounds would take a long time to heal if they ever did. I sat in my dimly lit study, the room bathed in the amber glow of a single desk lamp. Before me lay the fruits of weeks of sleepless nights, files, photos, and transcripts detailing Wyatt's professional misconduct. This wasn't just about justice anymore. It was personal. Wyatt had not only betrayed me but also endangered Addison's future. Now I would ensure Wyatt paid for every deceitful act. I logged into my computer and opened an anonymous email account. Drafting a carefully worded message, I attached copies of evidence showing Wyatt's malpractice cases of gross negligence, falsified medical reports, and even allegations from former patients who had suffered under his care. I hesitated for a moment before pressing send, knowing this would be the first domino in a chain of events that would destroy Wyatt's career. 2 weeks later, the first article hit the newsstands. Renowned surgeon under investigation for alleged malpractice. The headline was bold, the accompanying article damning. Wyatt's photograph was plastered on the front page, his confident smile now a symbol of duplicity. I read the piece with grim satisfaction. It detailed accusations from former patients. One claiming Wyatt had botched a surgery and then falsified records to cover it up. The hospital where Wyatt worked had already issued a statement, promising a full internal review. Addison called me that afternoon. "Asher," she said, her voice tense, "have you seen the news?" "I have," I replied, keeping my tone neutral. "This is your doing, isn't it?" she asked, a mixture of accusation and disbelief in her voice. I paused. "He deserves it, Addison, after everything he's done to us, to you, to those patients. She deserves worse," she exhaled sharply. "I don't disagree, but it's dangerous. Wyatt won't take it lying down." "Let him come at me," I said, my voice steely. "I'm ready for him." Wyatt stormed into the hospital administrator's office the next morning, slamming the newspaper onto the desk. "What the hell is this?" he demanded, his voice echoing through the room. The administrator, a composed woman in her 50s, glanced at the article before meeting Wyatt's furious gaze. "Dr. Wyatt, these are serious allegations. The board has no choice but to suspend you while we conduct an investigation." "You can't be serious," Wyatt snarled. "I've dedicated my life to this hospital, to my patients." "Then you should have no problem clearing your name," she replied, her tone icy. Wyatt clenched his fists, his mind racing. This wasn't a coincidence. Someone was targeting him, and he had a pretty good idea who it was. I wasn't done. I began reaching out to former colleagues of Wyatt, posing as a journalist investigating malpractice in the medical field. Many were reluctant to talk, but a few were eager to share their stories, painting a picture of a man who cut corners and bullied anyone who dared challenge him. One nurse recounted an incident where Wyatt had ignored a patient's worsening condition because addressing it would have meant admitting to an earlier mistake. Another spoke of how he had pressured junior doctors into falsifying reports to cover his tracks. I compiled these testimonies into a dossier, which I anonymously leaked to a prominent investigative journalist. The resulting expose was brutal. "Dr. Wyatt, the untold story of a surgeon's rise and fall," was the headline. The article not only corroborated the previous allegations, but also revealed new ones, including financial kickbacks from pharmaceutical companies for prescribing unnecessary treatments. Wyatt's world began to crumble. His suspension turned into an indefinite leave of absence, and the medical board launched a formal inquiry into his conduct. Despite my growing list of victories, I couldn't shake a sense of emptiness. I had achieved everything I'd set out to do. Wyatt was disgraced, his reputation in tatters, but it didn't feel like enough. The anger that had fueled me for so long now left a void. Addison confronted me one evening. "This isn't just about justice anymore, is it?" she asked, her arms crossed as she stood in my living room. I looked up from my laptop, where I was drafting yet another email to a journalist. "What do you mean?" "You're obsessed, Asher. This isn't healthy. You've ruined his career. What more do you want?" "I want him to feel what we felt," I said, my voice rising. I want him to lose everything. Addison shook her head. We didn't lose everything, Asher. You pushed me away, but that was your choice. I didn't ask for this war you're waging. Her words stung, but I refused to back down. He manipulated you, Addison. He used you as a pawn. Doesn't that make you angry? It does, she admitted, her voice softer now. But I also want to move on. Can you say the same? I didn't respond. Wyatt, meanwhile, was fighting to salvage what was left of his life. He hired a public relations firm to manage the fallout, issued carefully worded statements denying the allegations, and even filed lawsuits against the journalists who had written about him. But the damage was done. The public had turned against him, and his peers were distancing themselves. Invitations to speak at conferences were rescinded, and his name was quietly removed from committees and boards. Desperate, Wyatt decided to confront me directly. He showed up unannounced at my office one evening, his face a mask of controlled rage. You think you've won, don't you? Wyatt said, slamming the door shut behind him. I didn't flinch. I sat back, my expression calm. What do you want, Wyatt? I want you to back off, Wyatt growled. You've made your point. You've ruined my career. But if you think I'm going to roll over and take it, you're mistaken. I stood, towering over Wyatt. This isn't about you anymore. It's about everyone you've hurt, every patient, every colleague, every life you've destroyed to satisfy your ego. Wyatt smirked, though there was no humor in it. Spare me the moral high ground, Asher. You're not doing this for them. You're doing it for you. My jaw tightened, but I didn't deny it. You've made me your enemy, Wyatt continued. And trust me, that's a mistake you'll regret. Get out, I said, my voice low and dangerous. Wyatt held my gaze for a moment before turning on his heel and walking out. The final blow came a month later. The medical board issued its verdict. Wyatt's license was revoked. The hearing had been a spectacle, with former patients and colleagues testifying against him. Wyatt had tried to mount a defense, but the evidence was overwhelming. I watched the news coverage from my living room, a glass of whiskey in hand. The anchor summarized the outcome. Dr. Wyatt, once a respected figure in the medical community, is now disgraced, his career effectively over. I should have felt triumphant, but all I felt was exhaustion. The fight had consumed me, leaving little else in its wake. The sound of rain pelted against the window panes of my apartment as I sat at my desk, staring at the financial statements sprawled before me. This was the final step in my carefully orchestrated plan to destroy Wyatt completely. With Wyatt's medical license revoked and his reputation shattered, his financial stability was now precarious. I intended to tip it over the edge. I had hired a forensic accountant to dig into Wyatt's financial history, and the findings had been both illuminating and damning. Wyatt had leveraged his position as a prominent surgeon to secure lucrative investments, many of which were built on shaky foundations. I saw my opportunity. Using the information at hand, I began anonymously contacting Wyatt's business partners, subtly exposing the weaknesses in their ventures and casting doubt on Wyatt's reliability. The fallout was swift. Investors began pulling out, and one of Wyatt's largest projects, a high-end medical research facility, collapsed under the weight of mounting debts. The news of Wyatt's financial troubles spread like wildfire, painting him as a cautionary tale of greed and hubris. Wyatt sat alone in his once lavish office, now stripped of its grandeur. The shelves that had once displayed awards and accolades were empty, their absence a haunting reminder of his downfall. The phone on his desk rang incessantly, calls from creditors, former colleagues, and reporters, but Wyatt ignored them all. He swirled a glass of whiskey in his hand, his thoughts racing. Everything he had built, everything he had prided himself on, was gone. And he knew exactly who was responsible. Addison visited me that evening. "You've done it," she said as she stepped into my apartment, her eyes scanning the room cluttered with documents and half-empty coffee cups. I nodded, my expression unreadable. "It's over." She hesitated before speaking. "Is it? You've ruined him, Asher. His career, his finances, everything. But you don't seem happy." I leaned against the desk, running a hand through my hair. "Should I be happy, Addison? I've spent months tearing another person's life apart. Maybe he deserved it. But what does that make me?" Addison stepped closer, her voice soft. "It makes you human. You were hurt, betrayed. But now it's time to let go. This revenge, it's not going to bring back what we lost." I met her gaze, the weight of her words sinking in. "What did we lose, Addison? You and I were already broken before Wyatt came into the picture." She sighed. "Maybe. But we still had something, Asher. Something worth fighting for." "And now?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She didn't answer, and the silence that followed spoke volumes. Wyatt's financial ruin was complete by the end of the month. His properties were seized, his accounts frozen, and his name blacklisted among investors. He had gone from being a respected surgeon and entrepreneur to a pariah overnight. Desperate, Wyatt reached out to the few allies he had left, but their support was superficial at best. Most were unwilling to be associated with him, fearing the fallout would tarnish their own reputations. One night, in a moment of desperation, Wyatt showed up at my apartment unannounced. "What more do you want from me?" Wyatt demanded, his voice hoarse and trembling with rage. "You've taken everything, my career, my reputation, my money. Isn't that enough?" I didn't respond immediately. I studied Wyatt, noting the dark circles under his eyes, the disheveled suit, the air of defeat that clung to him. For the first time, I saw not the confident, manipulative man who had upended my life, but a broken shell of a person. "What I wanted," I said in the end, my voice cold, "was justice. What you did to me, to Addison, to your patient, Sid, was unforgivable. You used people like they were tools, disposable and replaceable. Did you think there wouldn't be consequences?" Wyatt laughed bitterly. "Consequences? You've destroyed me, Asher. I've lost everything. But what about you? Do you feel whole now? Did tearing me down fill the void inside you?" My expression faltered, Wyatt's words hitting closer to home than I cared to admit. "You think you've won," Wyatt continued, stepping closer. "But all you've done is prove that you're just like me, driven by ego, by the need to control. We're not so different, you and I." "Get out," I said, my voice steady but low, the anger simmering beneath the surface. Wyatt smirked, but there was no victory in it. He turned and walked out, leaving me alone with my thoughts. In the days that followed, I began to reflect on everything I had done. The satisfaction I had felt with each victory over Wyatt was fleeting, replaced by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. I had sacrificed so much my time, my energy, my peace of mind to destroy a man who was already broken in many ways. I thought about Addison and the life we had once dreamed of building together. That dream was gone now, replaced by a tangled web of pain and regret. One evening, as I sat on the couch staring at the rain streaking down the window, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Addison. "I'm leaving town for a while. I need time to figure out what I want, who I want to be. I hope you can find peace, Asher. You deserve it." I stared at the message for a long time before typing a response. "Take care, Addison. I hope you find what you're looking for." I stood on the balcony of my apartment, watching the cityscape glittered in the distance. The rain had stopped, and the air was crisp and cool. I thought about everything that had happened, about the choices I had made, and the man I had become. Justice had been served, but at what cost? In my pursuit of revenge, I had lost sight of what truly mattered. I had driven away the people I loved, compromised my own morals, and become someone I hardly recognized. As the night wore on, I made a decision. I couldn't change the past, but I could try to rebuild the future. I would start small, reconnecting with old friends, pursuing the passions I had abandoned, and maybe, just maybe, learning to forgive myself. For the first time in months, I allowed myself to hope. The morning sun filtered through the blinds, casting streaks of golden light across my apartment. I stood in the kitchen, pouring myself a cup of coffee. The apartment, once filled with the chaos of my revenge plans, now seemed eerily quiet. The weight of the past months lingered in the air, but for the first time in a long time, I felt the faintest sense of relief. I had spent the last few weeks tying up loose ends. I closed the accounts I had used to fund my investigations, returned the forensic reports to my attorney, and deleted the files I no longer needed. It was a symbolic act of letting go, though I knew it would take more than erasing documents to truly move on. One afternoon, I visited a small park near my apartment. I sat on a bench under the shade of a sprawling oak tree, watching children play on the swings and couples stroll along the pathways. It was a scene of simple joy, a stark contrast to the turmoil I had endured. As I sat there, my phone buzzed, interrupting my thoughts. It was Zoe. "Hey," she said when I answered. "How are you holding up?" "Better, I think," I replied, my tone hesitant. "Good. You deserve some peace, Asher," Zoe said warmly. "I was thinking, why don't we grab dinner this week? It's been ages since we've caught up." I hesitated. I had spent so long isolating myself, consumed by my vendetta, that the idea of socializing felt foreign. But Zoe's voice was kind, grounding. "Yeah," I said. "That sounds nice." At dinner that week, Zoe didn't press me about the past. Instead, we talked about her work at the hospital, her plans to take a short vacation, and light-hearted memories from years ago. "You know," she said over dessert, "you're not the same Asher I used to know." "What do you mean?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "You're quieter now," she said thoughtfully. "Not in a bad way, just more reflective. I think everything you've been through has changed you." I nodded, absorbing her words. "I suppose it has. I spent so much time being angry, Zoe. It consumed me. And now that it's over, I don't know who I am anymore." Zoe reached across the table and placed a hand on mine. "You're still Asher, and you'll figure it out. Just take it one step at a time." That conversation lingered in my mind in the days that followed. I began taking small steps toward rebuilding my life. I returned to work at my architecture firm, though I delegated many of my responsibilities at first, easing back into the routine. My colleagues were supportive, welcoming me back without prying into my extended absence. One day, as I sorted through old project files, I came across a design I had worked on years ago, a community center for a low-income neighborhood. The project had been shelved due to budget constraints, but looking at it now, I felt a spark of inspiration. I decided to revisit the design, refining the plans and exploring new funding options. The project became a focal point for me, a way to channel my energy into something positive. Meanwhile, Addison's absence was a constant undercurrent in my thoughts. I wondered where she had gone, whether she had found the clarity she was seeking. Though our relationship had been irreparably damaged, a part of me still cared for her, still hoped she would find happiness. One day, I received an unexpected email. It was from Addison. "Hi, Asher. I hope this message finds you well. I've been staying with a friend in a small town, taking some time to reflect and figure things out. Life here is simple, and it's given me a lot of perspective. I want to thank you for everything, even the hard moments. You taught me a lot about myself, about love, and about what truly matters. I hope you're finding peace too." I stared at the screen for a long time before typing a response. "Hi, Addison. Thank you for reaching out. I'm glad you're finding clarity and peace. It's what you deserve. I'm trying to rebuild my life, one day at a time. It's not easy, but I'm getting there. Wishing you all the best, Asher." The email exchange marked a turning point for me. It wasn't closure in the traditional sense, but it felt like a step toward healing. I began attending therapy, encouraged by Zoe, who insisted it would help me process everything I had been through. At first, I was skeptical, unsure of what to expect, but over time, I found the sessions cathartic. "I feel like I lost myself," I admitted during one session. "I became so consumed by revenge that I forgot who I was." My therapist nodded. "It's understandable, given what you went through. But the fact that you're here, seeking help, shows that you're ready to move forward." I left the session feeling lighter, as though a small part of the burden I carried had been lifted. Months passed, and my life slowly began to take shape again. The community center project gained traction, with local organizations and philanthropists expressing interest in funding it. I poured myself into the work, finding fulfillment in creating something meaningful. One afternoon, as I stood at the construction site, overseeing the progress, I felt pride that I hadn't felt in years. This was what I had always loved about architecture: ability to bring ideas to life, to create spaces that brought people together. Zoe visited the site that evening, bringing coffee and snacks. "This is incredible, Asher," she said, looking around. "You've done something amazing here." I smiled, a genuine smile that reached my eyes. "It's not just me, it's a team effort. But yeah, it feels good." We sat on a bench, watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and pink. "You've come a long way," Zoe said tenderly. "So have you," I replied, glancing at her. We sat in companionable silence, the weight of the past slowly giving way to the promise of a brighter future. As I stood on the balcony of my apartment that night, watching the city lights twinkle in the distance, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in years. For the first time, I allowed myself to believe in the possibility of happiness. The crisp morning air carried the scent of blooming flowers. As I stood at the edge of a small lake, a gentle breeze rippled the water, creating soft waves that shimmered in the sunlight. It had been a year since the whirlwind of events that had unraveled my life and set me on a path of reflection and redemption. I had come here often in the past months, drawn by the serenity of the place. It reminded me of the quiet moments I used to share with Addison during our early years together, back when life was simpler and love seemed invincible. The memories no longer carried the sting of regret they once did. Instead, they felt like chapters in a book I had learned to appreciate for what they were: important, but no longer defining. The community center I had poured myself into was now open, a thriving hub of activity. I visited frequently, watching children laugh in the playrooms, adults learn new skills in the workshops, and seniors gather for social events. It was a symbol of renewal, not just for the neighborhood, but for myself. At the opening ceremony, Zoe had been there, standing beside me with a proud smile. "You've made a difference, Asher," she had said. I'd looked at her, gratitude filling my heart. "We've made a difference," I corrected. Zoe had been a constant presence in my life, a source of unwavering support when I needed it most. Now, as I sat on a wooden bench by the lake, I pulled out a notebook I'd started keeping. Inside were sketches and ideas, dreams for new projects that could benefit the community. But the notebook wasn't just for work, it was also a journal where I documented my thoughts, fears, and hopes. Writing had become a way for me to process the complexity of my emotions. One entry was particularly meaningful. It detailed a meeting I had with Addison months after our brief email exchange. She had reached out, suggesting we talk in person. We met at a quiet cafe, away from the noise of the city. Addison had looked different, more subdued, yet more at peace. "Thank you for coming," she had said, her voice calm but tinged with nervousness. "I wasn't sure I would," I admitted, my tone frank. "I just wanted to apologize," Addison said, her gaze steady, "for everything. I hurt you in ways I can't undo, and I don't expect forgiveness. I needed you to know that I'm sorry." I had studied her for a long moment before responding. "Evan, I can't forget what happened, Addison, but I think I can forgive. Not for you, but for me. Carrying that anger, it nearly destroyed me. I don't want to live like that anymore." She had nodded, tears welling in her eyes. We talked for a while longer, exchanging small updates about our lives before parting ways. It wasn't a reconciliation in the traditional sense, but it felt like closure. Wyatt's name rarely crossed my mind anymore. After the fallout from his exposed misdeeds, Wyatt had vanished from the public eye. Rumors swirled about him starting over in another country, but I no longer cared to investigate. Wyatt was a ghost of the past, no longer worth the energy it took to harbor resentment. Zoe, however, remained a constant. Over time, our friendship deepened into something more. It wasn't a whirlwind romance, it was quiet, steady, and built on a foundation of mutual respect and understanding. Zoe understood the broken pieces of my heart because she had seen them up close. And slowly, without forcing it, she helped me begin to heal. One sunny afternoon, I stood in the community center's garden, overseeing a group of volunteers planting flowers. Zoe approached me, carrying 2 cups of lemonade. "Thought you could use a break," she said, handing me one. I took the cup with a smile. "You always know what I need." "That's my job," she teased, leaning against the fence. "So, what's next for you? Another big project?" I looked out at the garden, the laughter of children filling the air. "Honestly, I'm just enjoying this for now. For the first time in a long time, I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Zoe placed a hand on my arm. I'm glad, Asher. You've worked so hard to get here. You deserve to be happy. I looked at her, my heart full. I am happy, Zoe, and it's because of you. She smiled, her eyes shining with warmth. I'm happy too, Asher, more than I ever thought possible. As we stood there, the sun casting a golden glow over the garden, I felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had been long and painful, but it had led me to this momentum moment of peace, love, and hope. That evening, I sat on the balcony of my apartment, watching the city lights shimmered in the distance. I thought about everything I had been through: the betrayal, the anger, the revenge, and ultimately, the healing. Life hadn't turned out the way I'd once imagined, but I realized that was okay. I had found purpose in my work, love in an unexpected place, and peace within myself. I closed my notebook, setting it aside. The pages were filled with reflections and dreams, a testament to my journey. I raised my glass of wine in a silent toast to the future, unpredictable, but full of possibility. As I took a sip, I felt a deep sense of gratitude. The road had been difficult, but it had led me to a place of understanding and growth. I was no longer the man I used to be, and that was a good thing. I had learned to forgive, to let go, and to love again. And with that knowledge, I looked forward to the days ahead, ready to embrace whatever came my way. The future was uncertain, but it was also full of promise. And for the first time in a long time, I was ready to face it with an open heart and a hopeful spirit. As I stood there, watching the city lights twinkle in the distance, I felt a profound sense of peace. The journey had been long and painful, but it had led me to this momentum moment of reflection, gratitude, and hope. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath, and allowed myself to believe in the possibility of a brighter future. The road ahead was uncertain, but I was ready to embrace it with an open heart and a hopeful spirit. And with that thought, I stepped forward, ready, rested to face whatever came my way.
You actually thought you were enough for me, David. Please. You're just a complete snooze fest.
She thought she'd broken him. She was wrong. He was just biding his time. Michael glanced up from his desk, startled. The sudden appearance of David in his doorway was like a jolt of electricity. David stood there, a dark cloud where his usual grin should have been. It wasn't just that he wasn't smiling. His entire demeanor was off. His eyes, always bright and full of it, were now flat and distant, like he was looking through you, not at you. The change was jarring, almost creepy. It was like the life had been sucked right out of him, replaced by a hollow shell. Michael's stomach did a weird flip. This was not the David he knew. "Michael, you got a minute tonight?" David's voice was low, almost a mumble, totally unlike his usual confident tone that usually bounced off the walls. It was barely a whisper, as if he was afraid someone might overhear him. This was so unlike Dave, whose voice usually filled the office with boisterous energy. Michael frowned, his brow knotting with concern. "Yeah, sure, Dave, what's up?" He tried to keep his voice casual, but his worry was a hard knot forming in his chest. "Something on your mind, man? You look like you've seen a ghost." He knew the question was blunt, but he wanted David to know he noticed. He could feel the tension hanging in the air, thick as a fog. This wasn't the same David who was always cracking jokes and slapping him on the back. This was something else, and it was making Michael uneasy. David's eyes darted around the office like he was checking for eavesdroppers, nervous as a cat. He looked left and right, like someone was watching. "It's personal. Something I need to talk through." His voice wavered slightly, a crack in his usually smooth facade. He even seemed to have trouble looking Michael directly in the eyes. It was unsettling. David never seemed nervous about anything. Michael had known him for years and never seen him act this way. Michael hesitated, sensing the weight behind those words. This wasn't just some casual chat. He knew something big was coming. "Okay, how about that coffee joint near the office after work?" He tried to keep his voice steady, but the worry was there, plain as day. "The usual spot, about 5:30. We can grab a coffee or something." He hoped the suggestion offered some comfort to David, a familiar place for this unfamiliar situation. He desperately needed to figure out what was going on, but he also needed to tread carefully. David nodded slightly, his shoulders slumping like someone had just pulled the plug on him. Yeah, that'd work. He almost looked defeated, like he was carrying the weight of the world. He turned to leave, his steps slow and deliberate, like he was wading through mud. Michael watched him go, a pit of dread forming in his gut. As David walked away, Michael's unease settled deeper. Something was definitely off. Something seriously wrong. He felt the need to go after David and shake him, but held back, knowing it wouldn't help. David had been slipping, not all at once, but like a slow leak. It wasn't just the way he looked, it was the way he carried himself, almost like he was trying to disappear. The usual spark in his eyes was gone, replaced by this vacant, haunted look. The playful ribbing they'd always shared had gone silent, the friendly jabs and jokes, the constant office banter. It was like a switch had been flipped, and the old David was simply gone. Even at lunch, David sat across from him, staring into space, fork barely touching his plate. He'd become a shell of his former self, almost like he was going through the motions, not really present. Michael was worried sick. This was not the David he knew and loved. Michael had tried to pry, once, sitting next to him by the window, the city spread out below like a giant map. He'd hoped to find an opening, some way to show he was there. "Everything okay, Dave?" His voice was low, careful. "You seem distant lately, man. Anything I can do?" He wanted to help, but he knew he had to tread lightly, not wanting to push too hard. David had looked at him then, a flicker of pain in those dead eyes, before shaking his head. "It's complicated." His voice was barely above a whisper, the words heavy with something unspoken. It was a single sentence, but it was so full of sadness and pain. He clearly wasn't okay, and Michael needed to figure out how to get through to him. Michael had pressed, but David just waved him off, refusing to spill. It's just some stuff," David said vaguely, his tone dismissive. "Don't worry about it." He was clearly trying to shut Michael down, but Michael wasn't going to let him. The tension between them hung there, unsaid but heavy, like a weight pressing down on the entire office. Michael couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong with his friend and that now he felt responsible for helping David through whatever it was. He knew he wouldn't let David go through whatever it was alone, no matter what. Now, as the office emptied, the other people's voices and movement feeling like a distant echo, Michael found himself waiting anxiously for David to meet him at the coffee shop. The clock on the wall seemed to mock him, each tick feeling like an eternity. He checked his watch repeatedly, the minutes crawling by. David's words, his actions, were a knot in his stomach, a constant reminder of whatever his friend was going through. He just wanted to get David to open up. He knew that the coffee shop was just the first step, and that no matter what, he wouldn't let David go through whatever it was alone. The two men sat across from each other in the quiet coffee shop, the espresso machine hissing in the background. The air was thick, you could practically taste the tension. David stared at his hands, his fingers picking at the edge of the table like it was a loose thread, a nervous tick Michael had never seen before. He looked like he was about to crack. "What's up, Dave? You ain't been yourself lately." Michael's voice was low, careful, like he was walking on eggshells. He leaned forward, eyes locked on David, trying to show he was there for him. This was the moment. He had to get David to open up. David sighed, a deep, shuddering breath that sounded like it came from his boots. "My wife. She's been screwing around on me." The words hung in the air, raw and brutal, like a punch to the gut. Michael felt a wave of shock, but tried to keep his expression neutral. He needed to be there for David, not add to the chaos. Michael froze, his brain struggling to catch up. The pain in David's voice was a raw, open wound that bled into the silence around them. "Damn, Dave, I'm sorry. That's gotta hurt." He knew those words were inadequate, but it was all he could muster at the moment. David nodded, a single tear escaping and tracing its way down his cheek. "I don't know what to do anymore, man," he admitted, his voice cracking. "Feel like I'm drowning, and I can't even see the surface." His hands were shaking a little, like he was holding back a tidal wave. Michael reached across the table, his hand resting lightly on David's arm. "How did you find out?" he asked gently, trying to keep his voice steady despite the storm inside him. He wanted all the details to help him put this puzzle together. David looked up, his eyes hollow, like there was nobody home. "It was when I was in New York, on that business trip," he began, his voice trembling. "I came back a day early. Got home, and there were these damn shoes by the door, shoes I'd never seen before." He paused, his voice shaking as he relived the moment. "I heard her laughing. From the living room. I couldn't stop myself. I walked in, and there she was, in the living room with some guy." David's hands clenched into fists, his knuckles white as bone as the memories flashed in his mind. "It felt like some bad dream, man. I couldn't breathe. I turned around and went back to my room and shut the door." Michael could hear the raw pain, and he couldn't believe his friend was going through this. Michael listened, his heart aching for his friend. The pain in David's voice was a gaping wound that seemed to suck the air out of the room. "So what happened after that?" he asked softly, keeping his voice gentle. He was trying not to press, but he needed the whole story. David sighed, his shoulders slumping. "Next morning I confronted her, showed her the pictures, the whole shebang. She didn't try to deny it, just admitted everything." His voice was a rasp, barely hanging on. "Says it's been going on for months." The bitterness in his voice was clear as day. The silence that followed was heavy, the weight of David's pain pressing down on them. Michael could feel the tension in the air, a thick, palpable thing that seemed to squeeze the very breath from his lungs. He had to let him know that he was there for him. "I don't think we can fix this, Mike," David whispered, his voice barely audible. I'm thinking about calling it quits, getting divorced." The words hung there, heavy as stones, like a final nail in the coffin. Michael nodded slowly, his grip tightening on David's arm. "I get it, man," he said softly. "And I'll back you no matter what you decide. But please, don't go through this alone. Anything you need, just name it, okay?" His voice was firm, like a promise that couldn't be broken. This was a promise, not just words. David looked up, a flicker of hope sparking in his eyes. "You serious, man?" he asked, his voice trembling. "You'd do that for me?" He needed that reassurance. "Damn right I am," Michael said firmly. "We're colleagues, yeah, but we're more than that, Dave. We're friends." We'll get through this together. His voice was solid, like a rock in the storm. He was in this with him, no matter what. David managed a small smile, the first genuine one Michael had seen in weeks. "Thanks, man," he said softly, his voice filled with gratitude. "I don't know what I'd do without you." He really meant it. Michael smiled back, his heart still aching for his friend. "You ain't gotta find out, Dave," he said gently. "We're in this together no matter what, okay?" He would see him through this, even if it meant moving mountains. As they sat in the quiet coffee shop, the low hum of the espresso machine the only sound, Michael couldn't help but feel a sense of resolve. Whatever was coming, he'd stand by David's side, like a brother, offering support and friendship when he needed it most. The road ahead would be a bitch, but they'd face it together, come hell or high water. David took a deep breath, his shoulders rising and falling like it was a fight. I don't even know where to start," he admitted, his voice shaking. "This whole thing is overwhelming." Michael nodded, his grip tightening slightly. "Take it slow, Dave," he said softly. "There's no rush. Tell me what you need and we'll figure it out together, okay?" He wasn't going to let David feel lost. David looked up, his eyes filled with a mix of gratitude and pain. "I know, man," he said softly. I don't know what I'd do without you, honestly." He was honest with how scared he was. Michael smiled, his heart aching for his friend. "You won't have to find out, Dave," he said gently. "We'll face this together, no matter what." He was truly grateful for their friendship. As they sat in the quiet coffee shop, the espresso machine humming softly, Michael couldn't help but feel determined. No matter what, he'd be right by David's side, lending a hand, an ear, whatever. The road ahead was going to be rough, but they'd make it through side by side, no question. The conference room felt sterile, the air thick with a tension that made you want to hold your breath. Michael stood by the large mahogany table as David introduced him to Mr. Thompson, a man in his mid-50s whose crisp suit and calm demeanor suggested a lifetime spent navigating high-stakes situations. The late afternoon sun streamed in through the tall windows, casting long, dramatic shadows that danced across the polished wood floor. The room was quiet, except for the low hum of the air conditioning, a stark contrast to the storm brewing within the two friends. "Good to meet you, Mr. Thompson," Michael said, extending his hand. Mr. Thompson's grip was firm and brief, his handshake a mixture of confidence and professional courtesy. Michael sized him up, a guy who didn't waste words. They took their seats, the leather chairs creaking slightly under their weight. Mr. Thompson placed his briefcase on the table, the soft thud echoing in the quiet room. He opened it, pulling out a thick folder and setting it on the table. The sound was like a starting gun for a very serious game. "Let's clarify the current situation, David," Mr. Thompson began, his voice measured and calm. "Have there been any further developments in your discussions with your wife?" David hesitated, his hands fidgeting nervously in his lap, a stark contrast to his usual easygoing demeanor. "Yeah, she's lawyered up, hired some old family friend of hers." His voice trembled slightly, betraying the weight he was carrying. Mr. Thompson nodded, his expression thoughtful, a hint of a frown creasing his brow. "I see. Well then, let's formulate a strategy." First, regarding the division of assets, he opened the folder, the rustling of paper filling the air. "We must ensure that your financial interests are fully protected during this process." For the next hour, the three men meticulously went through the legal details of the impending divorce, alimony, property division, financial planning, a process that felt like slowly dissecting a complex organism. Mr. Thompson spoke with a dispassionate calm, his advice both practical and aimed at safeguarding David's future. He was like a seasoned captain guiding a ship through a treacherous storm. Michael watched, a silent observer, acutely aware of the weight of the situation. "David," Mr. Thompson said, his tone firm but not unkind, "it's completely understandable that you're feeling a lot of emotional turmoil. But you need to maintain a composed demeanor during the upcoming negotiations. Do not engage in any inflammatory discussions or allow yourself to be drawn into an emotional argument." He locked eyes with David, his gaze a mixture of empathy and resolute command. David sighed heavily, his shoulders slumping as if carrying an invisible burden. "I understand that, but when I'm face to face with her—" His voice trailed off, the unspoken pain heavy in the room. He rubbed his temples as if trying to ward off a headache. "That's why we're here, Dave," Michael interjected quietly, his voice steady and firm. He gave David a reassuring nod. "You are not alone in this, you've got us." Mr. Thompson nodded in agreement, his eyes showing a mix of understanding and resolve. "Exactly. We're in your corner. We'll support you in every possible way." As the meeting was coming to a close, David's phone buzzed on the table, the vibration cutting through the tense silence. He looked at the screen, his face paling, his eyes widening with a mix of dread and anxiety. "It's her," he said, his voice strained. "You can answer it," Mr. Thompson encouraged calmly. "Keep your cool." His tone was even, like a steady hand on the wheel. David took a deep breath, a visible effort to steady himself, before answering the call. The conversation was short and strained, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. When he hung up, he looked up at them, his face pale, but his eyes filled with a grim determination. "Her lawyer has been in touch. They've scheduled the first mediation session for next Thursday." Mr. Thompson nodded, his face set with resolve. "All right, we'll go with that date then. We'll get all the final preparations made before then." As they left the conference room, Michael reached out, placing a firm hand on David's shoulder. "This is where things start to get real, Dave. We'll navigate this together. You've got my word." Michael's gaze was steady, his voice conveying unwavering support. David nodded, his expression a mix of fear and resilience. He looked tired, the weight of his situation clearly visible in the lines around his eyes, but a glimmer of hope flickered in his gaze, knowing he wasn't facing this alone. The hallway outside was quiet, the sound of their footsteps echoing off the polished floor. Michael walked in step with David, his presence a constant source of strength and comfort. The road ahead would be difficult, but together they would face it head-on. "Thanks, Mike," David said quietly, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. "I don't know what I'd do without you in all of this." Michael smiled, a small but sincere gesture of friendship. "You ain't gonna have to find out, Dave," he said gently. "We'll get through this together no matter what." As they walked down the hallway, the setting sun casting long shadows across the polished floor, Michael felt a surge of determination. Whatever lay ahead, he would be there for David. He wasn't just a colleague, he was his friend, and they'd get through this together no matter what. The mediation session kicked off with tension so thick it could have choked a rhino. David, Michael, and Mr. Thompson were on one side of the polished table. Facing them were David's wife, Sarah, and her lawyer, Miss Tanner, a woman in her early 40s whose calm exterior barely masked a sharp, observant intelligence. The harsh fluorescent lights of the room cast long, stark shadows, highlighting the strained expressions on everyone's faces. The air conditioning hummed, a lonely drone against the unspoken hostility. Mr. Thompson led off, his voice a steady, measured baritone. "Let's address the issue of alimony. We are seeking $50,000 as compensation for the significant emotional distress caused by the infidelity. His words were precise, leaving no room for argument. Sarah's face flushed red, her eyes flashing with anger, like a cornered animal. "That's ridiculous." Her voice was sharp, filled with raw emotion. Miss Tanner reached over, her hand gently but firmly pressing on Sarah's arm. "Easy, Sarah," she said softly, her voice a calming counterpoint to Sarah's outburst, but her eyes held a knowing glint. Mr. Thompson continued, his gaze unwavering. "This is not an unreasonable figure, given the profound emotional toll that David has endured." He held Sarah's gaze, not backing down. "Emotional distress?" Sarah scoffed, her voice laced with sarcasm. "You're just after my money. I've been lonely too, you know." Her voice trembled, revealing a deeper pain than just anger. David leaned forward, his hands clenching into fists, but Michael placed a steadying hand on his shoulder, a silent reminder to stay grounded. The room felt like a pressure cooker about to explode. Then, unexpectedly, Miss Tanner spoke, her voice calm, almost reflective. "So, what do you plan to do?" Her question hung in the air, a sudden curveball. Everyone turned to her, caught off guard. Sarah stared at her lawyer, confusion clouding her features. "What do you mean?" Sarah asked, her voice a bewildered whisper. Miss Tanner's gaze flickered towards Sarah, a mix of disappointment and something akin to sadness in her eyes. "They're simply quantifying the pain," she said evenly, "in a way you understand. As money. Or do you see some other avenue for making amends?" Her words were gentle but pointed, a direct challenge to Sarah's excuses. Sarah fell silent, her eyes widening, finally acknowledging the weight of her actions. The silence was heavy, filled with a raw truth that no one had dared to speak until now. "You're a terrible friend," Sarah finally whispered, her voice trembling, tears forming in her eyes. "For doing this to a friend and then turning on me." The words were a raw admission of her own betrayal, not just of David, but also of Miss Tanner. Miss Tanner's expression didn't shift, but a flicker of something akin to disappointment crossed her face. She took a small breath, her gaze meeting Sarah's with a hint of sadness. "The worst? No, Sarah. You're the one who's sunk low. And now I see what kind of friend you truly are." Her voice was low, but her words cut deep. Sarah stared at her, her face pale. The full weight of her choices seemed to settle upon her, like a heavy shroud. Miss Tanner's gaze flickered down for a brief moment, as if she were fighting something inside her, but then her eyes lifted to meet Sarah's with renewed resolve. "Take this to court then," Miss Tanner stated, her voice firm. "Let everything come out. Let the world judge you." Her voice, calm and collected, sent a chill through the room. The room fell silent, the weight of Miss Tanner's words filling the space. The atmosphere shifted, the tension giving way to a strange sense of inevitability. Miss Tanner took a small, almost imperceptible breath, as if making a final decision. She glanced at David and then back to Sarah, her expression resolute. "I came here to evaluate the situation," she continued, her voice softer now, "to listen before I took on your case. But your attitude, it's clear you aren't ready for honesty." She paused, her eyes filled with a deep sadness. "And I know what kind of person David is. I've known both of you for a long time." Sarah looked down, tears starting to fall silently. I understand," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I'm so sorry. Truly." Her admission, though quiet, held a weight that resonated through the room. The air shifted, the tension easing, replaced by a sense of finality. The subsequent discussions progressed smoothly, and within a couple of hours they reached an agreement. Relief washed over the room, the weight of the past finally lifted. As they left the conference room, David turned to Michael, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I can't even process what just happened." Michael nodded, a small smile forming on his face. "Me neither. But that's a win, right?" His voice was calm, a source of grounding in the midst of the chaos. The hallway was quiet, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Michael walked beside David, his presence a steady comfort. They walked away, knowing that they had faced a storm and had come out of it. "Thank you, Michael," David said quietly, his voice filled with sincere gratitude. "I'm not sure what I would have done without you, man." Michael smiled, a genuine, warm smile of friendship. "You don't have to think about that," he said gently. "We'll always be in this together no matter what." As they walked away, the sun shining through the large windows, Michael felt a strong sense of determination. He would always be there for David, as he knew David would be for him, no matter what. A week later, Michael and David sat on a worn bench in a small park near their office, the sun sinking below the horizon, painting the city in a warm, golden glow. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of freshly cut grass and the distant rumble of traffic. The park was a quiet little island in the middle of the city's chaos, a place where they could catch their breath. "It's really over, isn't it?" David muttered, staring out into the distance, his voice soft, a mix of relief and a little sadness. The weight of the last few weeks seemed to be lifting, like a heavy fog finally clearing. "Yeah," Michael said quietly, nodding in agreement. "You did good, Dave. You handled it all like a champ." His voice was gentle, a quiet source of strength. David sighed, a long, drawn-out breath that seemed to come from deep inside him. "I still can't get over what Miss Tanner did that day, man." His voice held a mixture of disbelief and genuine gratitude. Michael chuckled softly, breaking the silence like a crack in the ice. "Yeah, that was definitely unexpected. But you know what? I think that was the turning point, right there." His voice was calm, but held a note of satisfaction. "Totally," David said, his voice low but firm. "Her words, I don't know. Something just clicked that day, like a light bulb went off." He finally turned towards Michael, his eyes now showing a newfound sense of resolve. Michael nodded thoughtfully, his gaze settling on David's face. "Sometimes it takes harsh words to help people see the truth." His voice was gentle, but firm. David cracked a small smile, the first genuine one Michael had seen in a long time, like a break in the clouds after a long storm. "Mike, thank you, man. I don't think I could have gotten through all of this without you." His voice was raw with gratitude, an honest show of appreciation. "Hey now," Michael said, his voice firm but still warm. "It wasn't me, Dave. It was all you, all the way. I just helped you a little, is all." His voice was solid, a support that never faltered. They fell into a comfortable silence, the city lights beginning to twinkle around them as dusk settled in. The park was bathed in the warm orange glow of the setting sun, casting long, stretching shadows across the grass. The air was filled with the distant sounds of the city, a gentle reminder of the world outside this little oasis. "So, what's next?" Michael asked softly, turning to look at his friend, his eyes filled with concern and support. "What are you going to do?" David paused, his expression thoughtful, a hand absently running through his hair. "I'm thinking about making a change, maybe a new gig somewhere, you know? I need a fresh start, a clean slate." His voice was steadier now, like he had a plan in place. Michael nodded, his eyes showing his support. "Yeah, man, I get that. I'll miss you. But if that's what you need, I'm right behind you." His voice was firm, like an unbreakable bond. Tears welled in David's eyes, like a dam finally breaking. "Thank you, Mike," he said, his voice thick with emotion. The time I've spent with you will always be a lifelong treasure for me. His voice was full of heartfelt thanks, an acknowledgement of the depth of their friendship. Michael reached out, giving David a light pat on the shoulder, his touch warm and reassuring. Hey, now let's not make it sound like we're saying goodbye forever. We're still gonna keep in touch. His voice was steady, like an anchor that never moves. David nodded, a real smile finally breaking through. Yeah, absolutely. I will. His voice was full of a newfound strength, a clear indication of his resilience. As night started to fall, they stood up, walking side by side through the busy city. The air hummed with the energy of the night, the city lights brighter than ever. The park felt like a world away from the bustle around them. How about a drink? Michael suggested, his voice solid and encouraging. Let's celebrate the start of this new chapter, huh? David turned to him, his face brighter than it had been in weeks, a hopeful smile playing on his lips.
Yeah, let's do it.
His voice was full of determination, like he was ready for whatever came next. Michael watched his friend, a sense of pride washing over him. This whole thing had been one hell of a rough ride, but David had come out stronger, and that's what mattered. The future was uncertain, but together they had found their way through the darkness. This isn't the end, Michael thought, a quiet determination settling in his heart. It's a new beginning. His voice was silent, but firm, unwavering. Their figures slowly merged into the city night, their path ahead clear and their friendship strong. The air was filled with the hum of the city, a symphony of life and hope as they walked forward together into a new beginning. Seriously, Jack? Ramen noodles and frozen dinners? Is that all you think we're worth?
Worth? After everything, she dares question our worth. Just wait, Ellie. Just you wait. You're so predictable, Jack. Ellie's voice was sharp, her eyes glued to her phone as her fingers tapped rapidly across the screen. I hesitated, letting her words settle uncomfortably in the air. Setting the grocery bags on the counter, I forced a calm response. Predictable can be good, Ellie. It means you know you can count on me. She gave a short, mirthless laugh, finally looking up. Sure, if you want to call it that. Her gaze flicked back to her phone before I could respond, the glow of the screen reflecting in her eyes. I turned to unpack the groceries, each crinkle of plastic sounding louder in the strained silence. Is something bothering you? You've seemed distant lately, I said, trying to keep my tone neutral. It's just work, she said, brushing me off without so much as a glance. Nothing you need to worry about. Her words stung, though I tried not to show it. This wasn't the Ellie I knew, the vibrant, driven woman who used to share every detail of her day with me, the woman I had built a life with. Now, the gap between us seemed insurmountable, a chasm filled with unanswered questions. The kitchen felt sterile. The counters were spotless, but not from recent use. Ellie hadn't been cooking much. I caught sight of her reflection in the window. As I put away the last of the groceries, her face was pinched, her focus entirely consumed by the device in her hand. Mom? Dad? Levi's voice broke the uneasy quiet. Our 11-year-old appeared in the doorway, his backpack slung over one shoulder. What's for dinner? Ellie looked up briefly. Pasta, she said flatly. Before returning to her phone, I stepped in quickly. Why don't you help me set the table, buddy? We can catch up while we do. Levi nodded, though his eyes lingered on Ellie with a mix of confusion and worry. He followed me to the dining table, chattering about his day as we set out plates and cutlery. His voice carried an energy that contrasted sharply with the heavy atmosphere in the room. Dad, guess what? We started a science project today, he said, his face lighting up. Yeah? What's it about? I asked, grateful for the distraction. We're making models of ecosystems. I'm doing the rainforest." His excitement was contagious, and I smiled despite the weight in my chest. "That sounds great. You'll have to teach me all about it." "Can we go to the park this weekend?" Levi asked eagerly. "I want to try out my new soccer ball." "Sure thing," I said, glancing at Ellie for confirmation. She didn't react, her attention locked on her screen. "If the weather's nice, we'll make it a day." Dinner was subdued. Levi tried to keep the conversation alive, but Ellie's responses were clipped, her fork barely moving. When Levi asked if she was okay, she offered a half-hearted smile. "Just a lot on my mind, sweetie." Levi frowned but didn't press further. After clearing his plate, he headed to his room, leaving Ellie and me alone in the dim kitchen. I watched her for a moment. She stared blankly at her phone, the light casting shadows across her face. "Ellie," I said quietly. She didn't look up. "About what?" "This," I said, gesturing to the space between us. "You've been so distant. I feel like I'm losing you, and I don't know why." She sighed, setting her phone down at last. Her eyes met mine, but there was no warmth in them. "I've told you it's work. You wouldn't understand." "Try me," I said, stepping closer. "Whatever it is, I want to help. We're supposed to face things together, remember?" Ellie stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. "You don't get it, Jack. You never do. I can't explain it to you because you're so predictable." The words stung more than I expected. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my composure. "What's wrong with being predictable? With being reliable for you and Levi?" Her jaw tightened, and she shook her head. "You wouldn't understand," she repeated, her tone final. She grabbed her phone and left the room, leaving me standing alone in the silence. In the weeks that followed, Ellie's distance grew. She spent more time on her phone and took calls behind closed doors. Levi noticed, though he didn't have the words to articulate what he was feeling. I could see it in the way he hesitated before speaking to her, in the way he clung to me as though I were the only stable thing left. One evening, as I sat in the living room, lost in thought, Levi climbed onto the couch beside me. "Dad," he began, his voice quiet, "is Mom okay?" I looked at him, my chest tightening. "I don't know, Levi," I admitted, "but I'm trying to figure it out." He nodded, his small shoulders sagging. "I just want things to go back to the way they were." "So do I, buddy," I said, wrapping an arm around him. "So do I." As I held him close, I couldn't shake the gnawing feeling that we were standing on the edge of something I couldn't control. Whatever was happening with Ellie, it felt like a storm was coming and I had no idea how to prepare for it. The kitchen, once a place of warmth and shared laughter, now felt like hostile territory. The familiar hum of the refrigerator seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. Ellie stood by the counter, her back rigid, fingers gripping its edge as though it were the only thing keeping her grounded. Her posture radiated tension, a spring wound too tight. I hesitated in the doorway, still in my work clothes, the exhaustion of the day clinging to me. But the sight of Ellie, trembling with some unspoken emotion, pushed all thoughts of fatigue aside. I stepped inside cautiously. "Ellie," I said gently, "what's going on?" She turned to face me abruptly, her face pale, but her eyes blazing with accusation. "You have the audacity to ask me that, Jack." Her voice was icy, each word sharp enough to cut. I froze, her venomous tone catching me off guard. "I don't understand," I said carefully. "What's wrong?" Her laughter was harsh and brittle, echoing against the tiled walls.
"You don't understand,"
she repeated, her voice rising. "You don't understand? You tried to poison me, Jack. You tried to kill me." The words hit like a slap. My mind scrambled to process them, disbelief flooding in. "What are you talking about?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Ellie, I would never." "Don't lie to me," she snapped, cutting me off. Her hand shot out, pointing toward the garage door. I found the rat poison in the garage. What other explanation is there? My mouth opened, then closed as I tried to formulate a response. Ellie, I began, that poison is for the basement. We've had rats, remember? I told you about it last week. She shook her head, her eyes narrowing. Convenient excuse. You've been acting strange for weeks, Jack. Coming home late, distracted, secretive. And now this? Her accusations were so far from the truth that I almost laughed. But the severity of the moment kept me serious. Ellie, I said firmly, taking a step closer. I would never hurt you. I would never hurt Levi. You have to believe me. But she stepped back, her hand rising to ward me off as though I were some dangerous animal. Her voice dropped, trembling but resolute. Stay away from me, Jack. Stay away from Levi. The mention of our son's name turned my confusion into panic. Ellie, I pleaded, my voice breaking, please, you know me. Think about Levi, what this will do to him. I am thinking about him, she shot back. I'm thinking about his safety, about protecting him from you. Before I could say another word, she pulled out her phone. Her fingers moved swiftly, and dread settled over me as I realized what she was doing. Ellie, I said, reaching out. Don't. Stay back, she screamed, her voice cracking. Then she spoke into the phone, her tone suddenly steady. Yes, I need the police. My husband tried to poison me. The words struck like a thunderclap. I stared at her, rooted in place, as she ended the call and crossed her arms, her gaze cold and impenetrable. They'll be here soon, she said quietly, and they'll see what you've done. A sound reached my ears, sirens, faint but unmistakable. Panic surged in my chest, but it was nothing compared to the heartbreak of seeing Levi appear in the doorway. His wide eyes darted between us, confusion and fear etched on his small face. Mom? Dad? What's happening? He asked, his voice trembling. Everything's okay, sweetheart, Ellie said, her tone softening, but her eyes never leaving mine. He hesitated, looking to me for reassurance. I tried to muster a smile, but my face felt like stone. Listen to your mom, buddy, I said hoarsely. He nodded reluctantly and disappeared down the hall, just as the sound of car doors slamming signaled the arrival of the police. The next moments passed in a surreal blur. Uniformed officers entered the house, their stern expressions and clipped questions sending a chill down my spine. Ellie was calm and composed, recounting her version of events with unsettling precision. He's been acting strange, she said, her voice trembling just enough to sound believable. And then I found the poison in the garage. I'm scared for my life, for my son's life. The officers turned to me, their faces unreadable. Sir, do you have anything to say? I shook my head, my words tangled in my throat. It's not what she thinks, I managed finally. The poison was for the basement rats. I swear, I would never hurt her. But their skepticism was palpable. They read me my rights, their voices mechanical, as they cuffed my hands behind my back. The cold metal bit into my wrists, a physical manifestation of the disbelief and betrayal I felt. As they led me outside, the reality of the situation hit me like a tidal wave. Neighbors stood on their porches, their faces illuminated by flashing blue and red lights. Mrs. Harper from next door clutched her robe tightly, her mouth agape. I saw whispers pass from one person to another, their eyes boring into me with a mixture of curiosity and judgment. Dad! Levi's voice cut through the chaos. He was standing in the doorway, tears streaming down his face. Where are they taking you? Levi. I called out, my voice cracking. It's going to be okay, I promise. But I didn't believe my own words. The look on Ellie's face, cold, unyielding, was seared into my mind. Whatever was happening, it was far from over. The ride to the station was a blur, my thoughts spiraling in every direction. By the time I was seated in a sterile interrogation room, the weight of the situation had fully settled over me. The officers asked question after question, their words probing and relentless. I answered as honestly as I could, but their expressions gave nothing away. When they finally released me with a warning to stay away from Ellie and Levi, I was too exhausted to feel relief. I stumbled out into the cool night air, my mind still reeling. The home I had left behind felt like a distant memory. What waited for me now was uncertainty, a foggy road with no clear end in sight. Over the next few days, the accusations spread like wildfire. Social media was relentless. My name dragged through the mud by strangers who didn't know me but were eager to cast judgment. At work, whispers followed me down the halls until the inevitable meeting where I was asked to resign. My colleagues avoided my gaze, their discomfort evident as I packed up my desk. But the worst part was Levi. The bright, inquisitive boy who had once been my anchor now looked at me with suspicion. When I called, he rarely picked up. When we spoke, his words were clipped, as if he didn't know who I was anymore. "Dad," he asked one evening, his voice barely above a whisper, "did you really try to hurt Mom?" My heart broke. "No, Levi," I said, my voice trembling. "I would never. You have to believe me." He didn't respond, his silence stretching like a chasm between us. As I sat alone that night, the weight of everything crashed down. I had lost my home, my wife, my son's trust, and my reputation all in the span of days. But beneath the despair, a flicker of determination remained. This wasn't the end. I had to fight for the truth, for Levi. The days following my arrest were a whirlwind of tension, confusion, and legal challenges. The once familiar rhythm of our suburban life was replaced with hearings and accusations, each new revelation cutting deeper than the last. The divorce was vicious. Ellie, with her polished lawyer and unyielding demeanor, presented a version of events that cast me as a villain, unrecognizable to even myself. "Mr. Thompson," her lawyer began during one session, his voice steady and sharp, "why would your wife fabricate such a serious accusation if it weren't true?" I sat straighter, gripping the edge of the table to steady my shaking hands. "I can't speak for Ellie," I replied, my voice faltering. "I would never hurt her or Levi. They're my family." Ellie's gaze never wavered. "Your Honor," she said coldly, "I've lived in fear. He's unpredictable and dangerous." I couldn't stay silent any longer. Her words landed like punches, and despite my lawyer's attempts to counter, the weight of public opinion and circumstantial evidence made every rebuttal feel futile. Still, I held on to the belief that the truth would prevail. When the custody decision came, it was a bittersweet moment. The judge granted me primary custody of Levi, citing stability and my consistent relationship with him as deciding factors. Relief flooded through me, but it was short-lived. Ellie's glare across the courtroom was ice-cold, her jaw tight with suppressed rage. The financial settlement, however, left me reeling. Most of my savings were awarded to Ellie. The house, the home where Levi had taken his first steps, was gone. After the hearing, Ellie confronted me briefly in the hallway. "Don't think this is over, Jack," she hissed. "You may have won Levi, but this fight is far from done." Her words lingered, a dark promise that haunted my thoughts as I began to rebuild. The stigma of the trial followed me everywhere. I lost my job almost immediately, my employer citing the negative publicity. Applications for new positions were met with polite refusals. My name seemingly blacklisted. One potential employer delivered the rejection in person. "Jack, we've looked over your qualifications, and while impressive, we're concerned about the situation." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "Thank you for your time," I said, leaving with my dignity barely intact. Levi, caught in the fallout, tried his best to navigate this new reality. The lively, curious boy I'd known grew quiet and cautious. One evening, he looked up from his homework and asked hesitantly, "Dad, do you think Mom will ever come back to live with us?" The question cut deeply. I knelt beside him, meeting his uncertain gaze. "Levi, your mom and I both love you very much, but sometimes adults can't live together anymore. It doesn't mean she's stopped caring about you." "But why does she hate you so much?" he pressed, his voice small. "I don't know," I admitted. "But we'll be okay. You and me will figure it out together." Levi nodded slowly, as if trying to accept this new reality. His resilience became my anchor. Every job I took fixing fences, delivering packages, or cleaning offices was for him. Each paycheck was a step toward stability, though the path was grueling and often humiliating. Months turned into a year, and Ellie thrived. Her career ascended quickly. I heard whispers of her new high-paying position in the pharmaceutical industry. She moved into a sleek new home, the antithesis of the modest apartment Levi and I now shared. Whenever we crossed paths during custody exchanges, her icy demeanor was unwavering. One afternoon, she handed me another set of legal papers. "Sign these," she ordered without preamble. I scanned the documents, my stomach sinking. "Another adjustment to the settlement?" I asked, incredulous. "You owe me this, Jack," she snapped, her tone as sharp as her designer suit. "Don't act like the victim here." For a moment, I considered arguing but decided against it. Levi was watching from the car, and I refused to let him witness yet another bitter confrontation. "Fine," I said, scrawling my name on the dotted line. "But this ends here, Ellie." She raised an eyebrow, offering a faint, mocking smile. "We'll see." As difficult as the struggles were, Levi's growth brought glimmers of light. He excelled at school, despite the tumultuous backdrop of our lives. Slowly, we forged a new routine, one that felt stable in its simplicity. One evening, as we sat in the tiny living room of our apartment, Levi leaned against my shoulder. "I miss how things used to be," he admitted softly. "But I like that it's just us now." I kissed the top of his head. "Me too, buddy. Me too." Though the scars of the divorce remained, Levi and I began to rebuild something different, smaller, quieter, but no less meaningful. Our new normal was far from perfect, but it was ours. Together we were crafting a future, one small step at a time. The years after the divorce were a slow, painful climb out of the wreckage. Levi and I lived in a cramped apartment, a far cry from the suburban comfort we once knew, but it became our sanctuary. I worked at a supermarket stocking shelves and helping customers. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills. Levi, now a teenager, had grown into a resilient young man, carrying a quiet strength in his gaze. "Dad, I'm heading out to meet some friends," he called from the doorway, slinging his backpack over one shoulder. "All right, be back by dinner," I replied, watching him with pride. The changes in our life were stark, but we had found a rhythm. Our bond was unshakable, forged in adversity. Despite everything, I found solace in seeing Levi's independence and kindness flourish. One evening, the past came crashing into the present. My phone buzzed, the name Mira, flashing on the screen. Ellie's former close friend. I hesitated, then picked up. "Jack," Mira began, her tone heavy with tension. "I need to tell you something." "What is it, Mira?" I asked, a knot tightening in my stomach. She sighed. "Ellie. She had an affair with Mark Reynolds, that corporate executive. The poisoning accusation? It was planned. She wanted out of the marriage and used it as a way to get there." Her words hit me like a hammer. I gripped the counter for support. "Why are you telling me this now?" "I've carried this guilt for years," she admitted, her voice breaking. "I saw what it did to you and Levi. I should have spoken up sooner, but I was a coward. I'm sorry." I hung up, Mira's words echoing in my mind. The betrayal I thought I'd come to terms with ran far deeper than I ever imagined. Levi came home shortly after. "Dad, you okay?" he asked, noticing my pale face. "I'm fine," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just some old news." He nodded, but the concern lingered in his eyes. The days after Mira's call were heavy. I struggled with the revelation, my mind replaying old memories under this new, painful lens. Levi, perceptive as ever, eventually confronted me during dinner. "Dad, I know something's been bothering you," he said. "You can tell me." I hesitated before meeting his gaze. "It's about your mom," I admitted. Levi frowned. "What about her?" "She had an affair," I said, my voice strained. "And the poisoning accusation, it was a lie. She used it to leave the marriage." Shock registered on his face. "She lied? Why would she do that?" "I don't know," I said quietly. "But I do know this isn't your fault. None of it is." Levi's expression hardened with a mix of anger and sorrow. "I can't believe she'd hurt us like that." I reached across the table, placing a hand on his. "We'll get through this. We always do." From that moment, Levi and I grew even closer. We processed the truth together, finding ways to move forward. Levi focused on his studies, his determination unwavering. "Dad, I'm thinking about college," he said one evening, his eyes alight with ambition. "That's fantastic," I said, pride swelling in my chest. "You'll do great things." "Thanks, Dad. I couldn't have done it without you," he said, his smile a beacon of hope. Mira's revelation brought closure, painful as it was. The truth no longer weighed on me as it once did. Instead, it became a stepping stone, a push to rebuild the life Levi and I deserved. Ellie's betrayal still cast a shadow, but it no longer defined us. We had emerged stronger, our bond unbroken and our resolve unshaken. With Levi by my side, I knew we could face whatever challenges lay ahead together. The supermarket had become a refuge, its routines anchoring me in the chaos of rebuilding our lives. Stocking shelves wasn't glamorous, but it kept Levi and me afloat. One afternoon, as I arranged apples in the produce section, a familiar laugh froze me in place. "Ellie." She walked toward me, arm linked with a tall, confident man I didn't recognize, pushing a cart with a little girl seated inside. Ellie's polished appearance, her coat expensive, contrasted starkly with my memories of her. The girl had bright, curious eyes, the same eyes I'd once loved. Ellie's gaze locked onto mine. Her smile faltered before she schooled her expression. "Jack," she said, her tone neutral. "What a surprise." I forced myself to remain calm. "Ellie, it's been a while." The man beside her glanced between us. "Who's this?" he asked smoothly. Ellie's smile was tight. "Jack, my ex-husband. Jack, this is Mark Reynolds." So, this was him, the man behind everything. I extended a hand, though my grip was firm. "Mark." Mark's smile was polite but detached. "Nice to meet you." The girl in the cart turned to me, her innocent curiosity cutting through my composure. "Who are you?" she asked. "I'm Jack." "And you are?" She beamed. "Riley. I'm 5. The words hit like a blow. I glanced at Ellie, who averted her eyes. "Riley," I said quietly. "That's a beautiful name." Ellie cleared her throat. "We should go, Mark. Lots to do." Mark nodded, giving me a last glance. "Good meeting you, Jack." As they walked away, Riley waved at me, her giggle a haunting echo. I stared after them, the truth settling heavily. Riley, Ellie's daughter, conceived during our marriage, proof of her betrayal. That evening, Levi noticed my distraction over dinner. "Dad, what's up? You're not yourself." I hesitated before meeting his gaze. "I saw your mom today. She was with Mark Reynolds. And their daughter, Riley." Levi's fork clattered against his plate. "She has another kid?" His voice wavered between disbelief and hurt. I nodded, my chest tight. She's 5. Levi, she was born while your mom and I were still married. His face darkened, emotions swirling. How could she do this to us? To you? I don't know, I admitted, my voice soft. But Levi, this isn't your fault. It never was. He gritted his teeth, then sighed, his shoulders slumping. It still hurts, Dad. I know. And I'm so sorry you have to go through this. I reached across the table, gripping his hand. But we'll get through it together. We always do. In the days that followed, the encounter lingered, an unwelcome shadow in my mind. I hated that Levi, who had already endured so much, had to face this fresh wound. But he continued to surprise me with his strength. One evening, as we cleaned up after dinner, Levi spoke up. Dad, I've been thinking about college. I turned to him, surprised. Yeah? He nodded, his jaw set. I want to make something of myself. For us. Pride swelled in my chest. You will, Levi. I know you will. Despite the pain, life continued. Levi and I rebuilt what we could, piece by piece. Riley's existence remained a reminder of Ellie's deceit, but it no longer consumed me. The bond between Levi and me, forged through hardship, was unshakable. As I watched him prepare for his future, I felt a sense of hope I hadn't known in years. The scars of the past were still there, but they no longer defined us. Together, we were moving forward stronger, united, and ready to face whatever came next. Every time we try to move forward, obstacles always seem to get in the way. I was sitting in the living room, the TV on but the sound muted, when the doorbell rang. It was late, and I wasn't expecting anyone. I got up, a sense of unease settling in my stomach. When I opened the door, I was surprised to see Ellie and Mark standing there, their faces pale and drawn. Ellie, Mark, I said, my voice cautious. What are you doing here? Ellie looked at me, her eyes filled with a mix of desperation and fear. Jack, we need to talk to you and Levi. It's urgent. I hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside to let them in. Levi's in his room. I'll get him. I walked down the hallway, my mind racing. What could they possibly want now? I knocked on Levi's door and pushed it open. He was sitting at his desk, headphones on, focused on his laptop. He looked up, his expression curious. Levi, Ellie, and Mark are here. They say they need to talk to us. It's important. Levi's eyebrows shot up, but he nodded, taking off his headphones and standing up. We walked back to the living room together, the tension in the air palpable. Ellie and Mark were sitting on the couch, their hands clasped tightly. Ellie looked up as we entered, her eyes welling with tears. What's going on? I asked, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside me. Ellie took a deep breath. It's Riley. She's sick, Jack. Really sick. She has a rare blood disorder, and she needs a bone marrow transplant to survive. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I looked at Levi, who was staring at Ellie, his face a mask of shock. A bone marrow transplant? I repeated, trying to process the information. Mark nodded, his voice grave. Yes, and Levi is the only potential match we found. We need his help. Levi's eyes widened, and he looked at me, then back at Ellie and Mark. Me? I'm the only match? Ellie reached out, her hand trembling as she touched Levi's arm. Yes, Levi. You're Riley's half-brother. You're the only one who can save her. The room fell silent, the weight of the revelation settling over us like a heavy blanket. Levi looked at me, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and confusion. Dad, what do I do? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I took a deep breath, trying to find the right words. Levi, this is a big decision. It's not something to take lightly. But Riley needs you. She's your sister, and she's fighting for her life. Levi looked down at his hands, his fingers trembling. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can forgive, if I can help her. Ellie's voice broke as she spoke. Levi, I know this is hard. I know we've put you through so much. But Riley is innocent in all of this. She needs you. Please think about it. Mark added, his voice steady but pleading. We understand if you need time to think. But Riley doesn't have much time. Every day counts. Levi looked up at me, his eyes filled with a storm of emotions. Dad, I need to think about this. I need to figure out what's right. I nodded, placing a hand on his shoulder. Take all the time you need, Levi. This is your decision, and we'll support you no matter what. Ellie and Mark stood up, their faces a mix of hope and despair. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Levi. We'll be in touch. As they left, the room felt emptier, the silence heavier. Levi looked at me, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and determination. Dad, I don't know what to do. I don't know if I can forgive her. I don't know if I can save Riley. I pulled him into a hug, holding him tightly. You don't have to decide right now, Levi. Just take it one step at a time. We'll figure this out together. As we stood there, the weight of the decision pressing down on us, I knew that whatever Levi chose, it would change everything. But for now, all we could do was wait and hope that he would find the strength to make the right choice. I stood in the hallway, staring at my phone, the conversation I just had with Levi echoing in my mind. It felt like he was miles away, not physically, but emotionally. Like a fog had settled between us. I tried to offer advice, but I could tell he was locked in his own head, the weight of the world pressing down on him. I had always known Levi to be strong, dependable, and stubborn. But today, the man I spoke to wasn't the same one I'd known for years. He was fractured, questioning everything, uncertain about what to do, and it tore at me. I wasn't sure what advice to give anymore. Every time I opened my mouth, it felt like I was pushing him further away from the decision that needed to be made. The call ended, and I had to let it go for the moment. Levi needed time, but that didn't stop the worry gnawing at me. He didn't deserve to be stuck in limbo. He deserved a future, a clean slate. I put my phone down and sat at the kitchen table, the warm hum of the refrigerator the only noise around me. It was too late for many of the thoughts I had, but I couldn't push them away. I kept thinking about what it would be like if he didn't do it, if he couldn't pull himself out of the hole. It felt like a lifeline slipping away for someone who had already been drowning for too long. And then there was Riley, the fragile child who didn't know that her salvation rested in the hands of someone who couldn't decide if he wanted to save her. I rubbed my hands over my face and leaned back in my chair, lost in the silence. The past few days had been a mess. Levi had barely spoken to anyone since his meeting with the doctor. It was like he'd built a wall around himself, thick and impenetrable. I couldn't blame him, but I could feel the tension from Ellie and Mark every time they looked at him. They were waiting for him to come around, to make the choice. But Levi wasn't ready yet, and I couldn't make him be. The choice was his, and for some reason, it felt like the decision carried the weight of the entire universe. Just then, the door creaked open, and I looked up to see Levi standing there. His face was drawn, his eyes clouded with doubt. It hurt to see him like this, so broken, unsure of everything. He walked in slowly and sank into the chair across from me, not meeting my gaze. "Hey," I said quietly, but he didn't respond. I gave him a moment to gather his thoughts. Though I knew there wasn't much I could do, I could only be here, in the quiet, waiting for him to open up. Finally, he spoke, his voice thick with emotion. It was hard to find the right words. "Levi, you're not forgiving her for her. You're doing it for yourself, for Riley, for everyone. But it's not about forgetting. It's about letting go." His head dropped, his eyes staring at the empty coffee mug in front of him. I could tell he was thinking it through, wrestling with the emotions that were fighting to break free. "I don't want to let her off the hook," he whispered. I don't want to just forget what she did to us. To me, I can't. I can't pretend like it didn't happen. I leaned forward, trying to put everything I had into my voice, trying to make him see past the fog. You're not pretending it didn't happen. But if you hold on to all of this, it's like you're letting the past dictate everything. You're letting it control you. You deserve better than that. You deserve peace, Levi. And you can't have that if you're chained to the past. Levi's eyes flicked up to mine, a spark of something I couldn't name flashing in his expression. But what if I can't? What if I'm not strong enough to do it? What if it tears me apart? I paused, trying to find the right words. You're stronger than you think. You've already been through so much. And you've got a whole team behind you, your family, your friends, people who love you. We're all here for you. I'm here for you, man. For a long moment, neither of us said anything. Levi's shoulders were hunched, like he was carrying a weight no one could see. Finally, he sighed deeply and shook his head. I don't know if I can make that choice. I feel like I'm drowning, Jack. I can't breathe. I want to help Riley. I really do. But I don't know if I can. I reached across the table, placing my hand on his. It's okay. You don't have to make the decision right now. Just take it one step at a time. You'll find your way through this. I promise. Levi looked up at me, his eyes wet with frustration. But there was a trace of something more, maybe clarity, maybe just a glimpse of hope. I don't want to be the person who ruins this, who makes the wrong call. You won't, I said firmly. The right decision might not be obvious, but you'll know when it's time.
I stood in the sterile hospital room, the faint scent of antiseptic filling the air, the cold fluorescent lights above me casting harsh shadows on the walls. Riley lay there, small and fragile, connected to machines that beeped in quiet rhythm. The monitors displayed her heartbeat, her oxygen levels, everything about her fragile state laid bare. It was hard to look at her and not feel like the weight of her future rested entirely on my shoulders. The room was quiet, except for the low hum of medical equipment, and my own heartbeat seemed too loud in my ears. I could feel Ellie's eyes on me, as if waiting for me to do the one thing I had been dreading, the thing that would change everything, the thing that could save her. But I wasn't ready. I didn't feel ready. I was barely holding myself together. How was I supposed to make a decision like this? My eyes kept flicking between Riley's small, frail form and the doctor standing at the foot of her bed, his face calm but expectant. The bone marrow transplant, Dr. Keller said, his voice soft, professional, but there was an edge to it. It's Riley's best chance at survival. If we don't move forward with this, her condition will continue to deteriorate. But it's a big decision, Levi. I swallowed hard, feeling like I was going to choke on my own breath. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. All I could hear was Riley's weak cough, and then the sickeningly sharp silence that followed. Ellie's hand was on my shoulder, her touch light but firm, as if she were trying to ground me, to keep me from floating away. But the truth was, I was already floating. I was so far from this moment, from everything that was happening around me. I could hear her voice, her pleading tone, but it felt like a distant echo, something that didn't belong to me. Levi, Ellie said softly, her voice breaking through the fog I was trapped in. We need you. Riley needs you. I turned my gaze toward her, but my mind was too clouded, my thoughts too tangled to find the words to say. Instead, I felt the overwhelming wave of guilt crash over me, as if every second of hesitation was another wound to add to the pile. If I didn't do this, if I didn't step up, what kind of person would that make me? But then, the thought came rushing in, clearer than anything else. A voice inside me screamed in protest, I can't do this. I can't. Not after everything. I shook my head, the weight of the decision too much to bear. I can't, I said hoarsely, the words coming out almost against my will. I can't go through with it. I can't forgive her. I can't just pretend like everything is fine. I don't even know how I'm supposed to be here. Ellie's face fell, and the pain in her eyes cut deeper than I could have imagined. It was as if I had pulled the rug out from under her, as if I had taken away any hope she had left. But I couldn't stop myself. I had to be honest, even if it felt like a betrayal. "Levi," she said, her voice shaking. "I know it's hard, but this is about Riley. This is about saving her life." I looked down at my hands, the trembling fingers betraying the storm raging inside me. "I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can save her and still live with what it costs me. I don't know if I can ever forgive her for what she did. I don't know if I'll ever be able to look at her the same way again." The words came out like a confession, heavy with the weight of every moment I had spent consumed by bitterness, by the betrayal I could never quite shake. How could I ever move past it? How could I stand there and give Riley a piece of myself when I couldn't even forgive the person who had torn everything apart? Ellie stepped closer to me, her hands trembling as she placed one on my arm. I could see the tears in her eyes, but she didn't let them fall. Not yet. She was holding on, and I couldn't understand how she could still hold on when everything inside me was falling apart. "I don't know if you can forgive her," she said quietly. "I don't know if you ever will. But this isn't just about her. It's about Riley. It's about saving her life. You have a chance to make a difference, to give her the future she deserves." I looked up at her, at the woman I had known for so long, the woman who had been through so much with me, and I saw the rawness in her expression. She wasn't asking for me to forgive her or to forget. She was asking me to make a choice, and that choice was bigger than anything I could have imagined. But I couldn't make it. Not yet. "I can't," I whispered again, the words hollow and empty. "I can't." The hours that followed my refusal felt like an eternity. I sat in the sterile waiting room, staring at the white walls, as though they were closing in around me. My hands gripped the edges of the chair, knuckles white, my whole body tense, every muscle aching with uncertainty. The door to the hospital room where Riley was being cared for seemed a mile away, and each passing minute was a reminder that I hadn't made the right choice. No, I hadn't made any choice at all. I felt Ellie's eyes on me, watching, waiting for me to come around. But I couldn't look at her. I couldn't face the quiet disappointment in her gaze. I had failed her. I had failed Riley. But the weight of my own hurt, my own sense of betrayal, made the decision feel impossible. Riley was my sister, my blood, and yet I couldn't help but feel distant from her, as though I were watching everything unfold from a great distance, unable to bridge the gap between what I wanted to do and what I was capable of. The nurse had come in to check on me a few minutes ago, offering a sympathetic smile before leaving me alone again, but all I could think about was the way I had looked at Riley earlier, hooked up to machines, barely able to move, barely able to breathe without the help of the hospital. What kind of man was I? The kind who could turn his back on the very life of his sister because he was too wrapped up in the anger he held for her mother. My thoughts churned like a storm, battering me from every direction. I closed my eyes, the images of the past few months flashing before me. The moment I found out everything about her mother's affair, the lies, the secrets that had torn my world apart. But then, there was Riley. Small, innocent. She didn't ask for any of this. She didn't ask to be caught in the middle of a war I wasn't sure I even wanted to fight anymore. I stood up abruptly, pushing my chair back, the sound of it scraping harshly against the tile floor echoing in the silence. I could feel the tears welling up in my eyes, but I wouldn't let them fall. Not yet. Not until I knew what I was going to do. "Levi?" Ellie's voice came from the doorway, soft but firm, Her expression was gentle, but there was an edge to it now, as though she had given me all the space I needed and was done waiting. She stepped into the room, her eyes meeting mine. "You can still do this. You can still save her." I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her words settle on my chest like a lead anchor. She wasn't asking anymore. She was telling me. And the truth was, I already knew the answer. I had known it for hours, probably even longer, but I had been afraid to admit it. "You're right," I said, my voice hoarse, the words barely breaking free from my throat. It felt like I had been holding my breath for so long, afraid to exhale, afraid to let go. But the moment had come, and there was no turning back. "I can't keep running from this," I continued, my hands trembling as I pressed them against the sides of my face. "I can't keep blaming her for everything that happened. Riley doesn't deserve to pay for the mistakes we made." Ellie's face softened, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I saw a flicker of relief in her eyes. She stepped toward me, reaching out to gently touch my arm. "You're doing the right thing," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "You're doing it for Riley, and you'll find a way to heal yourself in the process." Her words were a balm to the wound I hadn't even realized was still raw. It wasn't just about saving Riley anymore, it was about healing myself too. About moving past the bitterness that had consumed me for so long, and realizing that, while I couldn't change the past, I still had a chance to shape the future. "I'm sorry," I whispered, my voice cracking. "I've been so selfish. I should have done this sooner." Ellie shook her head, her expression tender. "You've been through a lot. You don't have to apologize. But now you know what you have to do. You're not alone in this. You've got me. We've got each other. And Riley? She's not alone either." The realization hit me all at once. A flood of clarity washing over the haze of confusion that had clouded my judgment. This wasn't just about what had happened between me and her mother. This wasn't about the betrayal or the pain I had been carrying. This was about Riley. This was about the life of a little girl who deserved every chance, at a future every chance, to grow up, to be happy, to have a life filled with hope. I wiped my eyes, steadying myself. I didn't have all the answers, and I wasn't sure what would happen next. But I knew this. I couldn't stand by any longer. I couldn't walk away from the responsibility I had to this child. I couldn't keep punishing her for things she couldn't control. "I'll do it," I said, my voice stronger now. "I'll go through with the transplant." Ellie smiled, her eyes filled with pride and relief. "You're making the right choice, Levi." And in that moment, I believed it. I had made the hardest decision of my life, but I knew it was the only one I could make. For Riley, for Ellie, for myself.